conclusively, utterly discredited. But I'll deal with the remaining claim. Is it moral, again, I can only do Christianity this evening, is it moral to believe that your sins, yours and mine, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, can be forgiven by the punishment of another person? Is it ethical to believe that? I would submit that the doctrine of vicarious redemption by human sacrifice is utterly immoral. I might, if I wished, if I knew any of you, you were my friends, or even if I didn't know you, but I just loved the idea of you. Compulsory love is another sickly element of Christianity, by the way. But suppose I could say, look, you're in debt, I've just made a lot of money out of a God-bashing book. I'll pay your debts for you. Maybe you'll pay me back someday, but for now I can get you out of trouble. I could say, if I really loved someone who'd been sentenced to prison, if I could find a way of saying I'd serve your sentence, I'd try and do it. I could do what Sidney does in A Tale of Two Cities, if you like. I'm very unlikely to do this unless you've been incredibly sweet to me. I'll take your place on the scaffold. But I can't take away your responsibilities. I can't forgive what you did. I can't say you didn't do it. I can't make you washed clean. The name for that in primitive Middle Eastern society was scapegoating. You pile the sins of the tribe on a goat, you drive that goat into the desert to die of thirst and hunger, and you think you've taken away the sins of the tribe. A positively immoral doctrine that abolishes the concept of personal responsibility on which all ethics and all morality must depend. It has a further implication. I'm told that I have to have a share in this human sacrifice, even though it took place long before I was born. I had no say in it happening. I wasn't consulted about it. Had I been present, I would have been bound to do my best to stop the public torture and execution of an eccentric preacher. I would do the same even now. No, I'm implicated in it. I myself drove in the nails. I was present at Calvary. It confirms the original filthy sin in which I was conceived and born, the sin of Adam in Genesis. Again, this may sound a mad belief, but it is the Christian belief. Well, it's here that we find something very sinister about monotheism and about religious practice in general. It is incipiently, at least, and I think often explicitly, totalitarian. I have no say in this. I am born under a celestial dictatorship which I could not have had any hand in choosing. I don't put myself under its government. I am told that it can watch me while I sleep. I'm told that it can convict me of, here's the definition of totalitarianism, thought crime. For what I think, I may be convicted and condemned. And that if I commit a right action, it's only to evade this punishment. And if I commit a wrong action, I'm going to be caught up not just with punishment in life for what I've done, which often follows axiomatically, but even after I'm dead. In the Old Testament, gruesome as it is, recommending as it is of genocide, racism, tribalism, slavery, genital mutilation, the displacement and destruction of others, terrible as the Old Testament gods are, they don't promise to punish the dead. There's no talk of torturing you after the earth has closed over the Amalekites. Only till when gentle Jesus, meek and mild, makes his appearance, are those who won't accept the message told they must depart into everlasting fire. Is this morality? Is this ethics? I submit, not only is it not only does it come with the false promise of vicarious redemption, but it is the origin of the totalitarian principle which has been such a burden and shame to our species for so long. I further think that it undermines us in our most essential integrity. It dissolves our obligation to live and witness in truth. Which of us would say that we would believe something because it might cheer us up, or tell our children that something was true because it might dry their eyes? Which of us indulges in wishful thinking, who really cares about the pursuit of truth at all costs and at all hazards? Can it not be said, do you not in fact hear it said repeatedly about religion and by the religious themselves that, well, it may not be really true, the stories may be fairy tales, the history may be dubious, but it provides consolation? Can anyone hear themselves saying this or have it said of them without some kind of embarrassment without the concession that thinking here is directly wishful. That yes, it would be nice if you could throw your sins and your responsibilities on someone else and have them dissolved, but it's not true, and it's not morally sound. And that's the second ground of my indictment. Michael, you will tell me when I'm trespassing on the time of Dr. McGrath, won't you? On our integrity, our basic integrity, in knowing right from wrong and being able to choose the right action over a wrong one, I think one must repudiate the claim that one doesn't have this moral discrimination innately, that no, it must come only from the agency of a celestial dictatorship, which one must love and simultaneously fear. What is it like? I've never tried it. I've never been a cleric. What is it like to lie to children for a living and tell them that they have an authority that they must love, compulsory love, what a grotesque idea, and be terrified of at the same time? What's that like, I want to know? And that we don't have an innate sense of right and wrong. The children don't have an innate sense of fairness and decency, which of course they do. What is it like? I can personalize it to this extent. My mother's Jewish ancestors are told that until they got to Sinai, they'd been dragging themselves around the desert under the impression that adultery, murder, theft, and perjury were all fine. They get to Mount Sinai only to be told it's not kosher after all. I'm sorry. Excuse me. We must have more self-respect than that for us, for ourselves and for others. Of course, the stories are fiction. It's a fabrication exposed conclusively by Israeli archaeology. Nothing of the sort ever took place, but suppose we take the metaphor. It's an insult. It's an insult to us. It's an insult to our deepest integrity. No, if we'd believed that perjury, murder, and theft were all right, we wouldn't have got as far as the foot of Mount Sinai or anywhere else. Now we're told what we have to believe. And this is coming now to the question of whether or not science, reason, and religion are compatible, or I would rather say reconcilable. The great Stephen Jay Gould, the late great Stephen Jay Gould, said that he believed they were non-overlapping magisteria. You can be both a believer and a person of faith. Sitting in front of me is a very distinguished, extremely distinguished scholar, Francis Collins, helped us to unlock the Human Genome Project, who is himself a believer. I'd love to hear from him. I hope we will hear from him. I don't believe he says that his discoveries in the genome convinced him of the truth of religion. He holds it, as it were, independently. I hope I do you no wrong, sir, in phrasing it like that. Here's why I, a non-scientist, will say that I think it's radically irreconcilable, I'd rather say, than incompatible. I've taken the best advice I can on how long Homo sapiens has been on the planet. Carl Sagan, Richard Dawkins, many others, and many discrepant views in theirs, reckon it's not more than 250,000 years, quarter of a million years. It's not less either. I think it's roughly accepted. I think, sir, you wouldn't disagree. 100,000 is the lowest I've heard. And actually, I was about to say, again, not to sound too Jewish, I'll take 100,000. I only need 100,000. Call it 100. For 100,000 years, Homo sapiens was born, usually, well, not usually, but very often, dying in the process or killing its mother in the process. Life expectancy, probably not much more than 20, 25 years. Dying probably of the teeth after that, very agonizingly, near to the brain as they are, or of hunger, or of microorganisms that they didn't know existed, or of events such as volcanic or tsunami or earthquake types that would have been wholly terrifying and mysterious, as well as some turf wars over women, land, property, food, other matters. You can fill in, imagine it for yourself, what the first few tens of thousands of years were like. And we like to think, learning a little bit in the process, and certainly having gods all the way, worshipping bears fairly early on, I can sort of see why. Sometimes worshipping other human beings, big mistake. I'm coming back to that if I have time. This and that and the other thing. But exponentially perhaps improving, though in some areas of the world very nearly completely dying out, and a bitter struggle all along. Call it 100,000 years. According to the Christian faith, Heaven watches this with folded arms for 98,000 years and then decides it's time to intervene. And the best way of doing that would be a human sacrifice in primitive Palestine, where the news would take so long to spread that it still hasn't penetrated very large parts of the world. And that would be our redemption of the human species. Now, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that that is what I've just said, which you must believe to believe the Christian revelation, is not possible to believe, as well as not decent to believe. Why is it not possible? Because a virgin birth is more likely than that. A resurrection is more likely than that. And because if it was true, it would have two further implications. It would have to mean that the designer of this plan was unbelievably lazy and inept, or unbelievably callous and cruel and indifferent and capricious. And that is the case with every argument for design and every argument for revelation and intervention that has ever been made. But it's now conclusively so because of the superior knowledge that we've won for ourselves by an endless struggle to assert our reason, our science, our humanity, our extension of knowledge against the priests, against the rabbis, against the mullahs who've always wanted us to consider ourselves as made from dust or from a clot of blood, according to the Quran, or as the Jews are supposed to pray every morning, at least not female or Gentile. And here's my final point, because I think it's coming to it. The final insult that religion delivers to us, the final poison it injects into our system. It appeals both to our meanness, our self-centeredness, and our solipsism, and to our masochism. In other words, it's sadomasochistic. I'll put it like this. You're a clot of blood, you're a piece of mud, you're lucky to be alive. God fashioned you for his convenience, even though you're born in filth and sin. And even though every religion that's ever been is distinguished principally by the idea that we should be disgusted by our own sexuality. Name me a religion that does not play upon that fact. So you're lucky to be here, originally sinful and covered in shame and filth as you are. You're a wretched creature. But take heart. The universe is designed with you in mind. And heaven has a plan for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I close by saying, I can't believe there is a thinking person here who does not realize that our species would begin to grow to something like its full height if it left this childishness behind, if it emancipated itself from this sinister, childish nonsense. And I now commit you to the good Dr. McGrath. Thank you.
To my Christian friends, you believe that your God has orchestrated a divine plan for his creation, and that all events which either have taken place or will take place were foreseen by this God with infallible certainty and taken into consideration for this plan. You believe that this plan is motivated heavily by God's unwavering love for his creation and his desire for us to lead healthy, ethical lives followed by an eternity of happiness alongside him in heaven. You also believe that your God is perfect and sovereign, and as such you believe that as mere human beings we have no grounds to critique or question this plan, that any flaw or inadequacy we may find in the plan is attributable to our imperfections as sinful, arrogant, rebellious, finite beings. So, that in mind, I want to take a moment to remind you of what this plan essentially is, because I think that you rarely afford yourself the opportunity to step back and appreciate it as a whole. So, without further ado, here it is. God's perfect plan for his creation, the big checklist in the sky. Take a look. Decide to arrange for something other than yourself to exist. Check. Create a being by the name of Lucifer with full knowledge that this being will betray you and ultimately cause an infinite amount of suffering unnecessarily. Check. Allow an unfathomably horrific dimension of existence known as hell to emerge, created by yourself or perhaps Lucifer, and allow that dimension to continue existing. Do not override or prevent such a thing. It will come into play later. Check. Create objective, unchanging moral prescriptions and base them upon whatever your nature happens to be, and then label any action or thought contrary to these standards sin. Check. Be sure to include in these moral prescriptions edicts for social and psychological health, such as encouragement to beat one's children with a rod, permission to buy and sell slaves and will them as property to one's children for life, requirement that women not be allowed to teach or have authority over men, and of course, the instruction to kill anyone who expresses interest in worshiping other gods. Check. Design a physical universe, planets, animals, and vegetation, all with the appearance of age. Be sure to include in your creation biological flaws, redundancies, and overcomplications that appear as if they were the product of blind cumulative processes. Perhaps a urinary tract that runs straight through the prostate gland, or an unnecessary appendix prone to inflation and rupturing, or maybe a respiratory and digestive system forced to share the same plumbing. These are just a few working ideas. Check. Create a garden with a tree in it bearing fruit that, when eaten, provides knowledge of your objective moral standards. Then create 2 sentient cognitive beings without knowledge or awareness of these standards and instruct them not to eat from the tree which would enlighten them. In other words, arrange it so that only after they eat from the tree are they capable of understanding that doing so was a violation of objective moral standards. Check. Warn these cognitive beings that they will undoubtedly die if they eat from this tree. But don't follow through if they do. Endow a reptile with vocal cords, lips, or some other means of speaking audibly to your cognitive beings, enabling it to make a convincing case to one of them for eating from the tree. Do not prevent this or intervene. Check. Now by this point, make sure that your cognitive beings have been equipped for reproducing themselves and multiplying. And because one of them has sinned, arrange that every single one of their descendants until the end of time will be born with an inherent sinful nature, defaulting in a future of everlasting torment. Do not by any means allow each of them to be born with a clean slate and the capacity for living a sin-free life if they desire, as you did with your first 2 prototypes. Check. Endow these cognitive beings with a soul, which keeps their thoughts and feelings and other cognitive faculties in existence forever, one way or another. And then allow the sinfulness of these beings to be incompatible with your presence, and let hell be the only other place they can go once they exit the physical world. Do not make any attempt to spare these souls the eternal torment of hell, such as allowing souls to stop existing altogether or creating an additional realm for them to reside besides with you or in hell. Check. Over time, allow these beings to populate the earth you have created, knowing with infallible certainty, of course, that after so many generations they will disappoint you enough that you find it necessary to kill all of them in a global flood and start all over from scratch. Check. Now, when this happens, again, right on schedule, make an exception for one small family of cognitive beings whom you deem righteous. Of course, it goes without saying that your powers of omniscience allow you to know, again with infallible certainty, that this family too will ultimately disappoint you in the same way as those you drowned, rendering the entire endeavor futile. But for now, it's best that you pretend not to know that. Check. Instruct this small disappointment of a family to populate the entire world all over again by way of incest. Check. Declare that, until further notice, the only way for these cognitive beings to rectify their sinful nature while on Earth is to perform ritual animal sacrifices and other acts of senseless violence. Additionally, when certain sins are committed by any one of your cognitive beings, demand that the surrounding community kill that being themselves. Check. In the meantime, perform many epic miracles for all to see, and intervene often with your physical creation. Stop the sun in the sky, part the Red Sea, turn rivers into blood and women into pillars of salt, give men superhuman strength, speak to the thousands with a booming voice from heaven, etc. But before these cognitive beings become advanced enough in the areas of science and communication that they could actually document, share, play back, and verify these epic miracles, make sure you stop performing them altogether. Check. Decide at some point that the most pressing of your objective moral prescriptions are not as obvious to these cognitive beings as you once thought. Take this opportunity to chisel your top 10 moral concerns into 2 tablets of stone and commission one of your cognitive beings to deliver these tablets to the masses. Note to self, roughly half of these moral concerns should center around pleasing you, praising you, and remaining loyal to you. Check. After several thousand years, impregnate one of these cognitive beings so that she gives birth to your son in physical form, who also happens to be you at the same time. Check. Allow this cognitive being, who is your son but also you, to grow up and make several revisions to you/your son's original standards of morality. Then arrange for other cognitive beings to torture and kill you/your son. Authorize this sacrifice of yourself to yourself as a means of granting all other cognitive beings immunity from the consequences of their sinful nature, which you allowed them to be born with in the first place. Check. Do not, however, make this sacrifice free. Establish that none of these cognitive beings shall be eligible for the benefits of this sacrifice unless they actively believe that it happened. In other words, despite the quality of their intentions, any cognitive being henceforth who finds themselves unconvinced that these events actually took place is unwittingly designating themselves for the endless suffering of hell. Check. That established, be sure to refrain from making it clear and knowable to the rest of the world that these events actually took place. Ensure that no cognitive being born after the first century has the luxury of witnessing your son, who is also you, say or do anything to indicate he was a living God. Again, make sure that all of this occurs before the advancements in science and technology are available to verify for those who aren't present. Check. Arrange so that the only surviving record of these events will be authored anonymously by non-eyewitnesses, translated to a language different from the one you/your son will speak, written no earlier than 30 years after you/your son performs these miracles and makes these claims. However, do make sure that these records feature the precept that believing in something without evidence is morally superior to investigation and verification. Check. Be sure that after only a few decades, the only accounts of these events in existence are copies of copies of copies, which will be verifiably altered and added to in historically and theologically significant ways from generation to generation, sect to sect. Do not preserve the original copies of these accounts. Do not protect them from revision. Do not set in place any mechanism for protecting them against being interpreted in hundreds upon hundreds of ways, most of which being heretical and therefore punishable. Check. Do not bother to employ your omniscience in such a way as to discern which of these cognitive beings are truly rebelling and which simply don't know how to distinguish you from other versions of God which do not in fact exist but are attributed the same claims of exclusivity. Check. Do not make it clear to these beings that you're even here. Allow for your very existence to remain an easily debatable, easily questionable, easily doubtable proposition. Allow for billions and billions of souls to be unthinkably tortured for all of eternity, regardless of their character, integrity, bravery, responsibility, or conduct, because they had not correctly assumed that the right set of propositions were true by the time their lives on earth were over. Check. And finally, when all is said and done, demand that you be praised for this plan. Check. I got a lot of material to cover in this video, so I'm going to be doing a bit of reading, and I apologize for that. But I'm also going to start us off a little differently than I normally do, because I'm going to read you a quote. And this is Blaise Pascal. You might recognize the name, French philosopher, theologian, mathematician. Most importantly, he was a Christian. And he had this to say: God being thus hidden, any religion that does not say that God is hidden is not true. And any religion which does not explain why does not instruct. Good quote, right? And it begs the question, if a God really did exist, why are we doing this? Why are we here debating this? Why is the state of our existence such that we have to speculate about this kind of thing? I mean, of all things for us not to know about our own universe, why is this one of them? I think we take for granted how really peculiar it is that we think if a conscious, thinking, feeling creator personally invested in us exists, that we wouldn't just know that beyond the shadow of a doubt. I mean, it's really easily explained and accounted for if you don't believe in a God. Primitive cultures had to come up with anthropomorphic, relatable ways of explaining the natural phenomena of the universe. Those traditions were passed down through the generations, and they're still habitual to us today. Most of us are raised from birth with God as a household name, and the culture we live in reaffirms that notion on a day-to-day basis. So we see the world through God goggles. And even though we don't actually see God or actually hear God or interact with God in any way, we interpret our observations to fit the assumption that a God exists, because that's what we've learned to do. That's all we can do. And it makes perfect sense. We are accustomed to expecting a deity, if it exists, not to make its presence clear and universally known. But why? Why should we expect that? Again, if no God exists, it makes perfect sense. But if one does, especially the Christian God. This needs desperately to be accounted for, and it hasn't been. So why is God playing peekaboo with the world? Here's a little factoid for you. If the belief system we know as Christianity is an accurate reflection of reality, then it would be true that billions upon billions of souls are roasting in hell for the rest of eternity because they had not correctly guessed the right set of propositions to believe in by the time their lives on earth had ended. It's not because they had any desire to rebel. It's not because they had a lust for power, not because they were angry with God, none of that. It's because they didn't know that the claims of Christianity were any different from the claims of any other crazy religion, and how should they? Christians themselves proudly admit it's a matter of faith. Well, the thing about that is you can have faith that anything is true. So once again, Christianity has no way of distinguishing itself as any more credible a belief than any other. So, why am I wasting your time by stating the obvious? Well, it's because the existence of non-belief, and by that I mean just the fact that there are people who, for whatever reason, are not convinced that these claims are true. It's contradictory to the notion that the Christian God even exists in the first place. Now let me give you a comprehensive definition of what I mean when I say the Christian God. I mean a conscious personal being which A, created the universe and everything in it, B, is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent. C, wants each and every soul to be saved and to know the truth. I get that from 1 Timothy 2:4, in case you're curious. D, has provided a means for each soul to be saved by sending his Son to die for our sins. But, and this is E, has not made it clear or apparent to the world that any of the above is even true. Now here's what's ironic about that last thing. Yeah, God sent his Son to pay the penalty for our sins so that we don't have to, but God wants the credit. He's not in the business of saving souls anonymously. God's not an altruist. You have to acknowledge that God did this for you, or guess what? Your ass ain't getting saved. Now here's a problem. How can you acknowledge that God did this for you, and thus get yourself saved, if you're completely unaware that any of this is even going on? I mean, yeah, you might be aware that there's a religion that's claiming that all of this is going on, but that doesn't mean a damn thing. There's a whole lot of religions, and they make a whole lot of claims. To be saved, according to Christianity, you must at least think that the following claims are true. And there may be more to being saved than this, but you must at least think that a God exists, that you have committed sins against him, and that God saved you, or is willing to save you from the punishments of those sins. So let's take that group of statements. Let's call that X, proposition X. Now, X may not, as I said, may not be sufficient in order for us to be saved, but it is necessary. No matter how good of a person you are, if you don't at least think X is true, you're going to be extra crispy for a very long time. Yes, I did make that up all on my own. I came up with it last night, got to bed around 4:30. So God wants us to be saved. God wants us to know the truth. That means God wants us to know X. So how come we don't know X? The best and most coherent explanation for why we don't know X is that X is not true, and that there is not an omnipotent being who wants us to think it is. So if I were to take this and put it into a logical syllogism, it would look something like this. Premise 1, if God exists, he desires for us to know X. Premise 2, if God exists, he has the power to make us know X. Premise 3, if God exists, given 1 and 2, we should know X. Premise 4, we do not know X. Conclusion, given 3 and 4, God does not exist. Now, if you're a Christian and you're watching this, you're probably chewing on your hand right now, dying of frustration, because I'm forgetting about one really obvious thing, right? Free will. That's what you're going to say, right? Did I call it? I mean, you're thinking God can't just force us all to know that he exists and to know that he died for our sins. I mean, then we'd be walking around like a bunch of automaton robot droids. I mean, that's not what God wants. He wants us to have the free will not to worship him. And, you know, I've heard that 1.5 billion times, and it's a convenient little soundbite, but it really is devoid of any real reflection whatsoever, and on top of that, it's a complete non sequitur. The apprehension of knowledge never has, never does, and never will negate freedom of choice. Knowledge does not negate choice. And if you are the free will type to make that claim, how exactly do you think it does? How do you think that would work? Or have you even thought about it? I mean, I can prove it to you right now. There are plenty of people I've met, people I know, unfortunately, that claim to know that God exists and that Jesus died on the cross and yada, yada, yada. But they're mad at God. and they're angry about their life, and so they choose to rebel, and, you know, God can't tell them what to do, and F God. And what does that tell you? I mean, were there not plenty of people in the Bible with whom God interacted personally, and they still chose to rebel against them? What about fallen angels? Here's a big one. Fallen angels, whom you believe as a Christian, witnessed God in all of his glory and all of his excellence, and still, they didn't seem to have a problem choosing the other team. Sorry, free will does not factor into this argument. Free will has nothing to do with any of this, and it isn't a justification for God not revealing himself. I'm gonna bottom line it for you right now and try to wrap this up. If the world were such that the claims of Christianity weren't highly debatable and didn't need to be believed, but instead were just known, obviously, to everyone, billions and billions of souls would be spared eternal torment. Any Christian who believes that their God is all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving, and morally perfect must be prepared to account for the fact that the existence of this God is blatantly unclear, and it is for this reason, not morality, not rebellion, that a vast majority of the world's population would spend an eternity in hell. This is not a good divine plan. This is a bad divine plan, especially if the plan's architect really does love and care about the welfare of the world. This situation can only be the product of a God who is either evil or fictitious. Intrepid Man, you've submitted, I think, 2 or 3 consecutive video responses to my last few, and I want to give you, like, from my point of view, a Reader's Digest version of what's happened in this exchange so far. Here's me, okay? Do you maintain that God has done everything in his power to prevent us from getting ourselves sent to hell? Here's you. Yes, God has done everything, but he won't do anything that would compromise our free will. Here's me. Well, God hasn't done X, Y, and Z, and they don't compromise free will. Here's you. Yeah, but God knows even if he does X, Y, and Z, people would still rebel, so he doesn't bother. Now, here's what confuses me about that statement. Are you trying to argue that God doesn't bother because every person would still rebel, or because some people would still rebel? And by rebel, do you mean consciously refuse to accept Jesus as their Savior? Because the only examples that you gave to illustrate your point were from the Old Testament. And in that context, rebel simply meant disobeying God, but this is a different context. Christians disobey God all the time. That's not the issue. They just accept God's forgiveness for that disobedience. And that's what we're talking about here. I mean, I hope not, but are you actually trying to argue that if every single person who currently happens not to be Christian suddenly found out that they were wrong, each and every one of them would proactively deny Jesus as their Savior anyway, and knowingly choose to spend eternity in a lake of fire? I mean, I just, that would be about the most absurd thing that I've heard in a very long time. I would say prove it. You wouldn't be able to. Debate's over. Instead, what I hope you're arguing, which is, in my opinion, only slightly less absurd, is that if God made these key facts known to every single person, there would still be some who would choose to rebel, and it is for that reason that God simply won't bother. Which, you know, begs the question, why on earth not? Let me try to illustrate my point if I can. Let's imagine the first story of a children's orphanage catches on fire. Okay, now the children are upstairs, they're sleeping soundly in their beds, and they're not trying to escape because they haven't yet realized that their lives are in danger. Now let's say you're a fireman, and you pull up to this orphanage in your big red truck, and you honk the horn, and you got the sirens going to make sure that all the children wake up, and once they do and realize what's happening, they run to the windows with their arms stretched out, screaming, "Save me, save me!" But there's this one little kid who screams, "Don't come near me, mister, I don't like firemen." That's my best impression of a snotty kid. And you think to yourself, you know what? Why am I wasting my time? I mean, I drove all the way down here, I honked my horn, I turned on the siren, I made it perfectly clear to them that they were in danger of burning alive, and still, one of those little bastards doesn't want to be saved. Totally not worth it. I'm going home. You think you'd, receive the key to the city after that, Intrepid Man? Here's my point. There are good ethical, loving people in the world that have no problem with God. No desire to rebel, no need to piss off an almighty father figure. They just don't know that the claims of your particular religion are actually true. And I would be a good example of this. And what you seem to be arguing is that God refuses to provide those people with the knowledge necessary to save themselves, all because there are other people in the world which might rebel anyway? Are you kidding? You don't find a problem with that? I mean, I'm going to close with this. At one point in your video, you used an analogy, which I found ironic. And I found it ironic because it supports my point far better than it supports yours. Here's what you said. You said, it would make no difference if I offered you $100 for your brand new BMW or $110. The $10 doesn't make a difference. You're not going to sell me the car either way. You're right. You're right. I wouldn't sell you the car either way. $110 wouldn't convince me because it's a freaking BMW, and BMWs are worth way more than that. Now, anything over, $50,000, that would certainly do the trick. But if this guy purchasing my car in this scenario is supposed to be analogous to the almighty, all-powerful creator of the universe, I think it'd be appropriate that he'd have an infinite amount of cash in his back pocket. And do you know what percent of infinity 110 is? Roughly 0. I mean, single-handedly, your analogy just demonstrated that God uses 0% of his assets and his resources to get us saved. I mean, it's almost as if God doesn't even exist.
All right, thanks everybody for being here. Is there sufficient evidence to believe in the God of the Bible? Once upon a time, there was a rationally justified belief that the sun orbits the earth. It's one of the clearest examples I can think of where a position was both rationally justified based on the available information and understanding at the time, and yet ultimately false. Even those who might hypothesize that the earth was spinning initially had no foundation for arguing this. You could look up and see the sun moving across the sky. We could observe what happens when you spin objects. Why didn't we fly off? And with no understanding of gravity, the universe looked very different. Ultimately, we realized that this position wasn't rationally justified, and then we realized that it was simply wrong. We had a belief, we investigated, we learned that we simply didn't have good reasons to think it was true, and then we reached a model that demonstrated it was false. That hasn't stopped people from arguing for a geocentric universe. Even to this day, there's a new film out that argues on behalf of this position again. But when it comes to the claim that a God exists, or that the God of the Bible exists, as we're debating today, I'm not convinced that belief was ever rationally justified, but I'd argue that it certainly isn't rationally justified today, even if we never reach the point where we have a clear model that demonstrates that it's false. There's a default position when we're talking about rational beliefs. Do you believe every claim until it's proved false, or do you disbelieve, withholding your acceptance of the proposition until it's demonstrated that you're rationally justified to accept it? The former puts us in the position of believing contradictory claims, forcing a state of cognitive dissonance and potentially inhibiting the exploration that might uncover the truth. After all, if you believe God's responsible for the diversity of life, you might never discover that evolution serves not only as a naturalistic explanation, but it's sufficient to the task without requiring a God. It doesn't violate any laws of nature. The latter, withholding belief until it's justified, encourages discovery and puts us in a better position to ensure that our internal model of reality maps as accurately as possible to reality. It's worth noting that there's a difference between I do not believe X and I believe X is false, or I believe not X. This is a distinction that Eric and I have had difficulty discussing in the past. In a trial, the claim is that the defendant is guilty. If I say I do not believe that the defendant is guilty, that doesn't mean that I am convinced that the defendant is innocent. That's a separate proposition of which I'd need to be convinced. In the case of all gods, I find them not guilty of existing, in part because it's the default position, and in part because I've not been presented with sufficient evidence to accept that they exist. In the case of the many versions of the God of the Bible, I also find them not guilty of existing, and there are quite a few that I would probably also find innocent, because they are self-contradictory, or because they are in direct conflict with what we understand about reality. We need some way of rationally evaluating the evidence for a claim, whether it's guilt or existence. But how do we go about this? How much evidence is enough? What criteria do we use? The scientific method is rigorous for very good reason. Basically, it's a truth filter, and the goal is to minimize the number of false propositions that make it through that filter. Skepticism makes use of critical thinking and a layman's version of a scientific method to establish a default position that we should question everything and accept only those explanations that are strongly supported. When we evaluate the God of the Bible, where do we begin? The concept isn't well defined. There are over 1,000 denominations that disagree on nearly every point of doctrine. They have different views of soteriology, the process by which one achieves or is granted salvation. They have different views of what we're being saved from or to. Is there a hell? What is heaven like? They have different views of the character and values of God. And this mess leaves us in a position of being left with the, quote, God of the Bible being loosely defined as some powerful being that may or may not be all powerful, but is generally viewed as being the most powerful being possible, though we have no way of knowing how much power is possible or even what power even means in this context. This being may or may not exist outside of space-time, a concept which is completely incoherent. Because existence is necessarily temporal. So we don't even have the right language to discuss what it means, or even if it's possible to exist outside space-time, or even if there's anything outside of space-time. This being may or may not act within the world, perhaps, or perhaps not, on behalf of the request of the faithful. Matthew 18:19 says, if two of you on earth agree about anything they ask for, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven. Clearly, no two believers have ever agreed and asked for anything worthwhile, like an end to poverty, or the fact, or even that God might reveal himself to me. This being may or may not act in accordance with his plan, or only in accordance with his plan. The God of the Bible is defined differently by each of his adherents. While this puts us in the awkward position of not being able to pinpoint a definition to confirm, this does demonstrate rather clearly that there isn't sufficient evidence to rationally justify belief. But I think it goes further. The various denominations and interpretations demonstrate that Christianity doesn't have a coherent God concept to address. What does this tell us about their God? Either he's the worst communicator one could imagine, or he simply doesn't exist. There's no clear correction to doctrine. The New Testament, even when viewed as Bible 2.0, doesn't really clarify anything and doesn't have any more evidence behind it than the Old Testament. This God apparently created the entire universe, stuck us in it, gave us a brain that uses reason to discover all the truths about reality, and then he's either intentionally hiding or he doesn't exist. If the God of the Bible were real, then either he cares about the fact that so many people misunderstand him, or he doesn't. If he cares, he hasn't bothered to correct this, and that creates a reductio ad absurdum that demonstrates that this God either doesn't exist or doesn't care. If he doesn't care that people misunderstand him, then this contradicts what people believe about him, which means that each of their self-constructed God models, wherein God cares that they understand him correctly, is false and self-contradictory, and the God that they believe in doesn't exist. These clear problems with doctrine and individual views of this poorly defined God are not only the reason that we have many hundreds of different denominations, it's the reason that Christian apologists tend to defend the various arguments that point to a deistic God instead of actually defending the God they believe in. Today's debate, though, is based on Eric defending the God of the Bible, so we'll let him give his definition, which he's done, and we'll examine it. Is it a defense of the God of the Bible, or is it yet another defense of deism? If he presents this clear model of his version of the God of the Bible, one of the immediate questions we have to ask is, why that model? What is it about Eric's version of the God of the Bible that's better or more clear than anyone else's? What kind of gods could exist? And we know as a fact that either a God exists or it doesn't. Those are the only two possibilities. And if it doesn't, then we're done. If it does exist, then either it manifests in reality in some detectable way, or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, once again, we're done. Because the God that doesn't exist is indistinguishable from the God that doesn't manifest in reality. And if it does, and this seems to be the God that most people believe in, manifest in reality, a God who answers prayers, performs miracles, intervenes and intercedes on behalf of the faithful, then what do we do? Well, that seems like a testable proposition. And we've tried testing it. People run around claiming to be little God detectors and having a personal relationship and getting messages, which seems strange to me because I can easily demonstrate, and so can they, every other personal relationship they have, which seems to make this particular relationship a bit of special pleading. When arguing on behalf of God, most of the common arguments boil down to some version of, well, what better explanation is there other than God did it, which is a version of the argument from ignorance fallacy that's been labeled by Dawkins and others as the argument from personal incredulity, which is actually just an expression of the fact that some people are so uncomfortable with not knowing that they'll accept whatever answer seems best. But God has no explanatory power. The God concept cannot explain a thing. It's a panacea that could serve as an answer for anything, and thus is an explanation for nothing. Not only does it suffer from this fatal flaw, but we explain things in terms of other things that we understand or can clearly demonstrate, neither of which applies to God. So we're just trying to answer a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery. But it also bleeds to death and vanishes when we apply Occam's razor. If it's okay to propose an all-powerful, vastly powerful, supernatural, magical cause, then we should also be able to propose a less powerful supernatural magical cause that is sufficient to what we're trying to explain. something godlike with respect to the thing we're trying to explain, for example, the origin of the universe, powerful universe-creating pixies become more plausible than God because they don't have the added baggage of being able to do anything. They're a better explanation, though still no explanation at all. Unfortunately for theists, there's no way to test or falsify their claims. And the claims have no explanatory power, and we can propose less inflated versions of magical beings that are sufficient to the task, and worse. As we explore the universe in which we live, we discover that nothing about it requires any thinking agent to violate the laws of nature in order to accomplish anything. And the comparisons that we make within the universe, we cannot logically extend these to the universe itself. It's a unique scenario. It's like saying, hey, why are photons the only thing that can instantly accelerate to light speed? That doesn't make any sense. We have nothing with which to compare it. And when we're talking about universes, we have no other universes with which to compare our current one. So I don't know how one can presume that they have come up with the cause and that it necessarily needs to be a personal agent, which then becomes the Christian God. If we live in a world with a God and that God can do anything, we can trust nothing. Science goes right out the window. Maybe that heart medication really works, or maybe God just made it look like it works, or maybe God's going to change the way it works. And there's people who would argue that without God, we can have no reason. But I'd argue that it seems likely that there can be no reliable reasoning within reality about the facts of reality if that reality includes a God that can change those facts. Much like the sun orbiting the earth, we're clearly in a position where we know enough to know that some claims simply aren't rationally justified, and the God of the Bible is one of them.
Okay, yeah. I can only briefly summarize my reasons for concluding there is no God, and I can only cover a few of them. Obviously, I don't have a lot of time to go into full detail. There are many more I could go on, but these are the big ones. The first is, and I've even mentioned this already in the course of the debate, is the historical trend in discovered explanations. If we go way back 2,000 years ago, we had explained all kinds of things with God did it. God exists because lightning struck this person. We have lightning, the weather, disease, the organization of the solar system, the origin of complex animals. All of these things we thought God explained them. But in the actual historical trend has been that we found that those hypotheses were false. God doesn't cause lightning. God is not responsible for the weather. God is not responsible for the organization of the solar system. We can explain all of these things in terms of actual natural causes. And this, to me, is a testable theory. We're looking at a test of a theory. So far, the God hypothesis has no testable predictions. You can't start from God and then predict something is going to be observed and then go and see it, except when the predicted observation is exactly what naturalism also predicts. So, for example, in atheism, we have the same thing where we say it's not God. If you take any particular thing, lightning, disease, and so forth, we say it's not God versus it is God. The it's not God hypothesis has won out every time. We've proved it's correct. So we can come up with 1,000 examples of where the it's not God hypothesis has been verified. And we can come up with 1,000 examples where the it's God hypothesis has been refuted. And what I see is that the trend over history is when you get, if you've got two horses in a race, one wins 1,000 races, every single race it's ever won, and the other horse has never won any of those 1,000 races yet. And any particular remaining questions that there are where we can't explain something, you're going to put those two horses up against each other again. Which horse are you going to bet on? Obviously, you're going to bet on the one that's won every 1,000 of its races, and you're not going to bet on the one that's lost every race it's ever run. So even when we come to all the things we can't explain yet, I'm looking at the trend, and the trend is making a very high prior probability that what we're going to see is the explanations will come out as naturalism rather than theism. Now, that in and of itself wouldn't be sufficient for me, but there are other evidences as well. And in fact, that one particular piece of evidence could be refuted if these other things were actually resolved. And the second one that I'll point to is what's called divine silence. Basically, to put it bluntly, all God has to do is talk to me. I mean, it's quite simple. If he shows up one day at my house, I'll definitely make time for him, no problem. He can do it with an apparition, he can send an angel, it doesn't matter. All he's got to do is talk to me himself. I've got questions. I mean, if he wants me to believe, there are certain things that need to be answered, that deeply need to be answered, and I would love to, pick his brain on that and see what his answers are. Now, that to me is another test. If God wants me to be saved, if God wants me to believe in him, if God even gives a damn about me at all, people who want to save me, people who give a damn about me, they talk to me. They come over and give me a talking to, have a conversation, will answer my questions. So all God has to do is come to me and explain the gospel himself. There's nothing really stopping him from doing that. I welcome him if he would do it. Now, we can test this on a larger scale, and that's something we've also brought up with the sensus divinitatis. If God were to behave this way, the whole God hypothesis predicts he should have been doing this with everyone all the way back throughout history. We should have records going back to ancient Chinese shaman talking about, yeah, God preached me the gospel back then even. We would have agreement on the records of God being a nice guy and just chatting with people and telling them what they need to know to live a good life and to gain salvation, the things he wants for them. So this is a prediction that the God hypothesis makes, in my view. The fact that the prediction doesn't bear out is one of the refutations of the theory. Whereas the atheist hypothesis predicts that what we should have is not this, but complete disagreement over history, men making up religions, thousands of man-made religions. That's what atheism predicts. That's what we observe. So in both cases, the first issue and this issue, atheism predicts something, and that's what we observe. Theism predicts something else, and that's not what we observe. Now another one is divine inaction. Now I think there's a lot of excuses made for why God doesn't do anything, but I think certainly God ought to protect the innocent from either the evil of men or the evils of nature. And I have a particular story about this. There's one famous case that's often cited for parents to be very cautious about the handling of meat. There was a particular case where this kid's parents were preparing hamburgers for eating, and there was a little piece of hamburger that hadn't been cooked that was sitting on a counter, and the parents were busy, obviously, as you can't keep your eye on your child every single second of every day. He grabbed that piece of meat and ate it. Well, he got E. coli poisoning, and he was dead within 2 hours. Even despite having rushed him to the ER, they provided all modern medicine possible, he died, nevertheless. Now, it seems to me this is unconscionable behavior to allow that. Now, you can explain why the parent might have allowed it, because it's not possible, it's not their fault, they couldn't keep track of it. They probably could have been a little more conscious about keeping that away from their children and so forth. But nevertheless, God is a moral agent who doesn't have those excuses. He's not frazzled, he's not limited in resources, he doesn't make mistakes, right? This is another testable theory. If you put a moral agent in a room and no moral acts occur in that room, you've pretty much refuted the existence of that moral agent. You can't say there's a moral agent in that room and not everything that you would predict a moral agent would do by definition, or what a moral agent is, never happens in that room. Then you can conclude that moral agent isn't there. And of course, atheism predicts that there is no moral agent there, which is a great explanation for why there is no moral acts occurring. And I think it would have been very simple for God to basically stop that child and go, oh wait, you shouldn't eat that piece of meat. And if you might not be able to understand why now, but you shouldn't do it. Or he could physically move the piece of meat. I mean, there are certain things that God could do that certainly I would do. And the basic point is I can't be more compassionate than God. Certainly if God is less compassionate than me, in fact, so uncompassionate that he just dispassionately sits by and watches a kid eat something that's going to kill him, that to me is unconscionable. Certainly I can't be kinder than God, right? So to me, this is another example of a failed prediction of theism, whereas it's exactly what atheism predicts. Atheism predicts there is no God in the sky to help us out, so we really have to help each other and look out for ourselves. So we need to teach parents, for example, about proper meat handling. God's not going to do that for us. Now, another example is a little harder to explain. Now, those are the three big ones, actually. The ones I just went over are pretty big. I mean, they're pretty simple to explain, but the fact of the matter is, if you could honestly, genuinely resolve them, not with excuses, not with specious reasoning, not with assumptions and so forth, if you could actually demonstrate all of those things, if the world worked differently, if God were talking to me, if God were helping kids out, if God were acting like a moral agent, if the historical trend were different, if we actually had more confirmations of supernatural phenomena, then I would be a believer. It's quite simple. But I'm going to continue. I'm going to give you another example. This one's a little harder to explain, so it takes a little longer to go through it. The universe itself looks more like an undesigned mess than something that an intelligent engineer would produce. And let me give you an example, and let me explain why. I mean, these are the facts. The facts we know are we are conscious beings and we exist. For whatever reason, whatever the causes are, we can at least all agree that we exist and we're conscious beings. And the universe is as science has observed it to be. Most people in here, I think, assume that if science has sussed a particular fact about the universe, that's the fact of the universe. For example, heliocentrism is for another example. The size of the universe, the age of the universe, and so on. Now, given those two facts, the universe does not appear well designed for life, because 99.999999% of the entire universe, all huge sides of it, is lethal radiation-filled vacuum. It's not hospitable to life at all. In fact, the number of places in this universe where life can live is so small that if you were to put them all into one place, and inside, if your house was a scale size of the universe, and you were to put that one little total all of the places where life could live and you put it in your house, you would never find it. It would be submicroscopic. It would be that small. And you wouldn't normally conclude that the house was built for that submicroscopic speck, whereas the rest of the house is completely lethal to everything that lives on that speck. Generally, we're running out of time. Okay. So you can talk about that. There's many other facts like that regarding how the universe doesn't appear very well designed for life, ultimately. And whereas atheism predicts that the only way we could exist is if the origin of life was an accident and we evolved through natural selection. That the only way we can be, or life could have originated by accident, is if it was extremely improbable. And the only way an extremely improbable event could happen by accident is if the universe were really, really huge and really, really old and had tons and tons of stars in it, billions and trillions of solar systems, so that there's so much in it that very improbable things are going to happen naturally. And yet that's what we observe. We observe ourselves in this gigantic universe, billions and trillions of star systems in it, very little life. Therefore, life is very infrequent. By definition, infrequency is improbability. Therefore, the fact that life is improbable is answered by the huge size and age of the universe. Atheism, therefore, predicts, it entails, the only way we could exist is if we existed in a gigantic universe, you know, billions of light years in size, billions of light years in age, trillions of solar systems. Atheism entails that that's the only universe we could find ourselves in, and lo and behold, that's the universe we find ourselves in. Whereas God could make any universe he wanted. He can make a universe that was completely 100% hospitable to life. So once again, that's not the universe we observe. So the test is failed. Atheism is confirmed.
So I call this the Christian God hypothesis, that the universe was created by an omnipotent, omniscient, morally perfect being who cares specially about mankind and who acted historically through Jesus of Nazareth. This is a specific factual claim, and we're discussing the evidence for and against its truth. So I'm not going to consider the merits or otherwise of religious practice, the consolation of religious belief, nor any alternative supernaturalist beliefs. Since Bill has cited the alleged resurrection of Jesus as one of his arguments, I take it that we are concerned quite specifically with the traditional God of Christian philosophy, not any other. And as you can check out for yourself on Wikipedia, there are plenty of other gods to consider, even if we confine ourselves to the Near East and North Africa and just the letter A. With another 25 letters to consider, plus China, India, Japan, the rest of Asia, Europe, Sub-Saharan Africa, North America, South America, Australasia, and Oceania, there are far more to come. Clearly, we are amazingly prone to believing in gods. And perhaps the main reason for this is our tendency to what has been called promiscuous teleology, that is, seeing purpose in everything. Young children naturally think of inanimate objects as acting with a purpose. For example, in a recent experiment, a majority of 7- and 8-year-olds endorsed the explanation that mountains exist to give animals a place to climb, in preference to the alternative that mountains exist because volcanoes cooled into lumps. We humans are also very prone to seeing patterns in things and looking for reasons for anything we notice, even if it happens to be coincidence. So when we can't find a reason for something significant, such as a violent thunderstorm or a plague, it's very tempting indeed to invoke invisible intelligent powers as the cause. Gods, demons, witches, and so forth. Once this happens, of course, the familiar dynamics of human society and politics come into play. Strong individuals, either devious or deluded, claim special knowledge of and relationship with the invisible gods. And this divine hotline enables them to achieve power, influence, and wealth. My own university, Oxford, derived a great deal of money from donors who thought that by leaving a legacy of subsidized scholars to pray for them daily, they would be spared some of the torments of purgatory and hell. Lucrative power of this sort tends to be keenly defended through ruthless suppression of heresies and drumming out of dissent. Over time, the organizational structures evolve and belief systems get entrenched with familiar results. By far the main determinant of religious belief, and overwhelmingly so before international travel became commonplace, is where you were born. This clearly isn't consistent with the hypothesis that people generally adopt their religion on the basis of rational considerations. No, it's manifestly a cultural phenomenon, with traditional beliefs cascading down the generations quite independently of whether there's any good reason for holding them. Science used to be rather like that too, when it was thought that Aristotle and the Bible gave the key to everything. Aristotle's science developed from the same promiscuous teleology I mentioned a moment ago. For him and his medieval followers, stones fall because they are striving to reach the center of the universe. And stars move through perfect circles around the earth because they are striving to imitate the eternal perfection of God. We know better in the wake of Galileo, Kepler, and Newton, but that was 2,000 years after Aristotle had died. The progress of knowledge was painfully slow over all those Christian centuries, when pagan libraries and schools were systematically burned and closed, and even the books that remained, including the Bible, could only be read in Latin and Greek. Hereford's Cathedral Mappa Mundi bears graphic testimony to this lack of progress. It dates from the turn of the 14th century, just 200 years before Columbus, but faithfully draws its information from writings of the early 5th century, with nothing apparently learned over those 900 years. By comparison, Galileo's refutation of Aristotle, for which he was famously persecuted by the church, was barely 400 years ago. But in those 400 years, virtually all of science as we know it has built up, massively transforming the world by its careful method of observation, experiment, and open critical scrutiny. Scientific beliefs do not depend on cultural indoctrination for their acceptance and transmission. As a result, you won't find scientific theories being geographically determined in anything like the way that religions are. Now, I expect that as I say all this, Bill is preparing to accuse me of the genetic fallacy, because I might seem to be... Bullseye! Because I might seem to be arguing that because the belief in the Christian God has dubious origins, therefore it must be false. But that's not what I'm saying. Of course, it's possible that the belief in God could be true, even if we hold it for feeble reasons. But my point is that if some method of acquiring beliefs leads to lots of different and conflicting beliefs, then that method obviously cannot be relied on. Now, many of the religious belief systems around the world do clearly conflict with each other, so they cannot all be true. Indeed, if we focus on those religions that make an exclusive claim to truth, such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, at most one of these can be true. However, they could well all be false. Since these beliefs are typically acquired and maintained in much the same way, from parents, by religious education, from charismatic preachers, ancient holy books, appeal to religious experience, and so forth, it follows that these methods of acquiring and maintaining beliefs cannot be relied upon to deliver truth. This should give pause to the honest believer, sincerely searching after truth, when he or she finds that many other people, thinking in the same sorts of ways, have come to such incompatible conclusions. Now, if you've been brought up within a Christian culture, it's natural to think that the choice is between Christianity and atheist naturalism. Either God exists, or there's no supernatural at all. And in that context, it's tempting to think that before examining the question in detail, it's a 50-50 probability. So when you come to a debate like this one, you might feel that neither of us has more burden of proof than the other. But this is quite wrong. Because in arguing for the Christian God, Bill is supporting just one supernaturalist system out of thousands, whereas I am doubting whether there is good reason to believe in any disembodied supernatural intelligence. There is a total lack of any solid scientific evidence for such disembodied intelligence. All well-attested examples of intelligent behavior rely on a complex physical structure, a brain, or perhaps in the future a computer. Moreover, all well-attested examples of perception and mental causation rely on physical intermediaries, light rays, signals travelling down nerves, and so forth. There is no solid evidence whatever for clairvoyance, telepathy, or telekinesis. None. Maybe you don't want to take my word on that, but it's surely obvious from everyday experience that the quality of our thinking clearly depends on the physical properties of our brain. When we are sick or tired or senile or under the influence of drugs or deprived of oxygen, our thought is correspondingly affected. This is absolutely familiar, yet many religions, including Christianity, would have us believe that our thought can exist quite independently of the brain, unimpaired and even enhanced after the brain and the whole body have been completely destroyed. Well, let me be extremely generous and allow that amazing conjecture, which lacks any shred of solid, repeatable experimental support, and which is so contrary to all our experience of the close correlation between the mind and the brain, a probability of 50%. Even if I do so, Bill's specific religious claim that there is just one omniperfect God, uniquely revealed through Jesus of Nazareth, has to share that 50% probability with thousands of other conflicting religions. This is why I say that the rational attitude is to place a very strong burden of proof on Bill. Unless his case is overwhelmingly strong, we should not believe that there is any such God. That implies at least agnosticism, but I think also atheism. The rational attitude, in the absence of a very strong case for the existence of a Christian God, is to believe that there is no such thing. Just as the rational attitude towards any speculative theory, in the absence of a strong case in favour, is to presume that it is probably false. Speculative religious theories are a dime a dozen, and the vast majority of them have to be false. Why should we suppose that this one is any exception to the rule?
Why are you not a Christian?
Because I see no evidence whatever for any of the Christian dogmas. I've examined all the stock arguments in favour of the existence of God, and none of them seem to me to be logically valid.
Do you think there's a practical reason for having a religious belief for many people?
Well, there can't be a practical reason for believing what isn't true. That's quite, at least I rule it out as impossible. Either the thing is true or it isn't. If it is true, you should believe it, and if it isn't, you shouldn't. And if you can't find out whether it's true or whether it isn't, you should suspend judgment. But you can't, it seems to me, the fundamental dishonesty and the fundamental treachery to intellectual integrity to hold a belief because you think it's useful and not because you think it's true.
Well, I was thinking of those people who find that some kind of religious code helps them to live their lives. It gives them a very strict set of rules, the rights and the wrongs.
Yes, but those rules are generally quite mistaken. A great many of them do more harm than good. And they would probably be able to find a rational morality that they could live by if they dropped this irrational, traditional, taboo morality that comes down from savage ages.
But are we, perhaps, the ordinary person, perhaps isn't strong enough to find this own personal ethic? They have to have something imposed upon them from outside.
Oh, I don't think that's true. And what is imposed on you from outside is of no value whatever. It doesn't count.
Well, you were brought up, of course, as a Christian. When did you first decide that you did not want to remain a believer in the Christian ethic?
I never decided that I didn't want to remain a believer. I decided between the ages of 15 and 18, I spent almost all my spare time thinking about Christian dogmas and trying to find out whether there was any reason to believe them. And by the time I was 18, I discarded the last of them.
Do you think that that gave you an extra strength in your life?
I don't know. No, I shouldn't have said so. Neither extra strength nor the opposite. I mean, I was just engaged in the pursuit of knowledge.
You see, one thing is I can live with doubt and uncertainty and not knowing. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers, and
now there's a conflict there, and we need to resolve that. And some people resolve it in favor of the Bible, saying the Bible's absolutely right, and ignore whatever actual evidence is presented there. I find that to be patently absurd, because it turns Christianity into a self-contradictory proposition, which is, and so, by the way, does the entire idea of a revelation in the New Testament. Because your position, to the extent that I understand it, because you haven't got a kind of a straight answer yet, is one where there is a God who has an important message for mankind. And somehow, he only reveals it to certain individuals who then write this down, and thousands of years after this initial revelation, we have to rely on copies of translations of copies by anonymous authors with no originals, and a textual testimony to a miracle, for example, the loaves and fishes. There's no amount of reports, anecdotal testimonial reports, that could be sufficient to justify believing that this event actually happened as reported. No amount. And anything that would qualify as a god would clearly understand this, and if it wanted to convey this information to people in a way that was believable, would not be relying on text to do so. And this, for me, is the nail in the coffin for Christianity. The God that Christians believe in is amazingly stupid if it wants to actually achieve its goal of spreading this information to humanity by relying on text, by relying on languages that die off, by relying on anecdotal testimony. That's not a pathway to truth. And anything that would qualify for a God should know this, which means either that God doesn't exist, or it doesn't care enough about those people who understand the nature of evidence to actually present it. Now, which of those possibilities do you think is accurate?
I think you do need faith to believe it.
Sure. And why would you believe anything on faith? Faith isn't a pathway to truth. Every religion has some sort of faith. People take things on, if faith is your pathway, you can't distinguish between Christianity, Hinduism, Judaism, any of these others. How is it that you use reason as a path to truth in every endeavor of your life, and then when it comes to the ultimate truth, the most important truth, you're saying that faith is required? And how does that reflect on a God who supposedly exists and wants you to have this information? What kind of God requires faith instead of evidence?
Well, I think you probably have faith about a lot of things too.
Like what? I have reasonable expectations based on evidence. I have trust that has been earned. I will grant trust tentatively. I don't have faith. Faith is the excuse people give for believing something when they don't have evidence. I mean, if you can come up with something that I believe that I don't have evidence for, guess what I'll do? I'll stop believing it. That's the nature of a rational mind. That is the goal. My only goal was to be the best Christian I could be and represent this to people who didn't believe. And what I found, because I actually cared about whether or not my beliefs were true rather than whether they felt good, was that my beliefs weren't justified. Try as I might and pray as hard as I could. No answer comes. No evidence is forthcoming. And when I talk to people about this, the only answer they ever offer is the one you did, which is, well, you just got to have faith. Well, sorry, I don't. And not only I'm not sorry that I don't, I'm sorry for others that they think that I should have, because faith is not a virtue. Faith is gullibility.
A desire to learn from history and experience, and a great, soaring, passionate intelligence. The clear tools for our continued survival and prosperity. Which aspects of our nature will prevail is uncertain, particularly when our visions and prospects are bound to one small part of the small planet Earth. But up there in the cosmos, an inescapable perspective awaits. National boundaries are not evident when we view the Earth from space. Fanatic ethnic or religious or national identifications are a little difficult to support when we see our planet as a fragile blue crescent fading to become an inconspicuous point of light against the bastion and citadel of the stars. There are not yet obvious signs of extraterrestrial intelligence, and this makes us wonder whether Civilizations like ours rush inevitably headlong to self-destruction. I dream about it, and sometimes they're bad dreams.
Many Christians I've talked to say that the reason they are Christians is because of the validity of the Gospels. They claim that the Gospels are clear proof of Jesus' divinity and of the resurrection, because here we have 4 first-hand eyewitness accounts of these things. Furthermore, these accounts were written by different people in different places, and yet they agree with each other on many key ideas. This is clear evidence of their reliability and truth. This is a popular belief and argument among modern Christians, but it's simply not true. The Gospels were written by anonymous authors who never actually claimed to be eyewitnesses. Furthermore, the Gospels were written decades and even lifetimes after Jesus' death. Mark was written about 4 is quite sure who wrote it, although there is evidence that John is a composite work. The Gospel of John also contains many Gnostic elements, which is interesting given that the other Gospels have been rejected largely because of their Gnostic elements. All of that being said, it should now be clear that the Gospels are not 4 interconfirming accounts of Jesus' life and death. 2 of them are simply copies of and additions to one original account that was written by a non-eyewitness who wrote his account 40 years after the events it describes. The remaining Gospel, that of John, was written anonymously at least 80 years after Jesus' death, contains many Gnostic elements, and may also be a composite work. And finally, the original manuscript of Mark does not say anything about Jesus appearing to anyone after his resurrection. It simply says that Mary Magdalene saw the stone rolled away, and a young boy sitting in the tomb told her that Jesus had risen. And then it ends. Remember, this Gospel was the first one written, and it originally contained no account of Jesus' post-mortem appearances. One more thing. Over the course of history, the Gospels have been edited, added to, reworked, and reordered for various social and political reasons. For example, that line in John which says, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone," that was added 300 years after John was first written. And yet, Christians believe that the Gospels are clear proof of Jesus' divinity and of the resurrection. As a thought experiment, imagine your friend comes up to you and says that she and 3 other friends of yours saw aliens flying around, and then the aliens landed their spaceship and walked around. Would you believe her? Maybe. Now imagine that your friend didn't actually witness the event herself, and neither did your other friends. Instead, they read eyewitness accounts of these events in 2 different books, one from the 1840s and one from the 1880s. Well, not eyewitness accounts. In fact, your friends don't really know who wrote the books, nor do the authors ever claim to be eyewitnesses. Now imagine that the aliens are said to have landed in the year 1800, which means the first book was written a full 40 years after the event, and the second book was written at least 80 years after the event. Now imagine that the part of the story where the aliens landed and walked around was added in the 1850s, and was not part of the original story. Now imagine that your friends didn't actually read the original books. Instead, they read copies of copies of copies of the original books, and it was well known that these copies underwent many changes throughout the years, most notably the landing of the spaceship being added later. If all this were presented to you, would you believe that aliens really did land their spaceship and walk around in the year 1800? I don't think so. It is for these reasons that the Gospels are not good evidence of the divinity of Jesus or of the resurrection.
And consider Christianity. The entire doctrine is predicated on the idea that the gospel account of the miracles of Jesus is true. This is why people believe Jesus was the Son of God, divine, etc. This textual claim, textual claim is problematic because everyone acknowledges that the Gospels followed Jesus' ministry by decades, and there's no extra biblical account of his miracles. But the truth is quite a bit worse than that. The truth is, even if we had multiple contemporaneous eyewitness accounts of the miracles of Jesus, this still would not provide sufficient basis to believe that these events actually occurred. Well, why not? Well, the problem is that first-hand reports of miracles are quite common, even in the 21st century. I have met literally hundreds at this point of Western-educated men and women who think that their favorite Hindu or Buddhist guru has magic powers. The powers ascribed to these gurus are every bit as outlandish as those ascribed to Jesus. Now, I actually remain open to evidence of such powers, but the fact is that people who tell these stories desperately want to believe them. All, to my knowledge, lack the kind of corroborating evidence we should require before believing that nature's laws have been abrogated in this way. And people who believe these stories show an uncanny reluctance to look for non-miraculous causes. But it remains a fact that yogis and mystics are said to be walking on water and raising the dead and flying without the aid of technology, materializing objects, reading minds, foretelling the future, right now. In fact, all of these powers have been ascribed to Satya Sai Baba, the South Indian guru, by an uncountable number of eyewitnesses. He even claims to have been born of a virgin, which is not all that uncommon a claim in the history of religion. Or in history generally. Genghis Khan supposedly was born of a virgin, as was Alexander. Apparently, parthenogenesis doesn't guarantee that you're going to turn the other cheek. But Satya Sai Baba is not a fringe figure. He's not the David Koresh of Hinduism. His followers threw a birthday party for him recently, and 1 million people showed up. So there are vast numbers of people who believe he is a living God. You can even watch his miracles on YouTube. Prepare to be underwhelmed. I mean, it's true that he has an afro of sufficient diameter as to suggest a total detachment from the opinions of his fellow human beings, but I'm not sure this is reason enough to worship him. In any case, so consider, as though for the first time, the foundational claim of Christianity. The claim is this, that miracle stories of a sort that today surround a person like Satya Sai Baba become especially compelling when you set them in the pre-scientific religious context of the first century Roman Empire, decades after their supposed occurrence. We have Satya Sai Baba's miracle stories attested to by thousands upon thousands of living eyewitnesses, and they don't even merit an hour on the Discovery Channel. But you place a few miracle stories in some ancient books, and half the people on this earth think it a legitimate project to organize their lives around them. Does anyone else see a problem with that?
In my book, Why I'm Not a Christian, I basically outline and explain in detail 4 reasons why I'm not a Christian. And if those reasons were met in the way that I explain in the book, that I would become a Christian. But the evidence just doesn't pan out. And basically it comes down to God is silent, God is inert, we have the wrong evidence, and we have the wrong universe. And those are the 4 things, and I explain each one of them. The first is that God is silent. I mean, if God really cared about us and wanted us to believe the right things and go on the right path, he would tell all of us himself. He wouldn't need Christian missionaries to do it. And he would have been telling us as soon as we had language, right? As soon as we could understand. So we would have, from the first shaman 40,000 years ago, in every culture everywhere, God's gospel would have been preached to them by God himself. He wouldn't need intermediaries. And so we would be able to confirm that, yes, there's this guy somewhere who is giving us all the same information. And so we would know what that information is. And we would still have the freedom to reject that message or not care about it or whatever, but we would all agree on what the message was. There wouldn't be disagreements on it. And every little thing that we'd be able to ask him questions, like say, so what is your position on abortion, right? And he would give us all the same answer, and so we could confirm, yeah, this God guy, that's what he said, you're right. So if there was a God like that, and certainly if I were in a position of a deity like that, I would feel that it would be profoundly immoral of me to not communicate with my subjects, to let them know the things they need to know, be there for them to answer their questions, and so on if they asked. The fact that God doesn't do that, there's no communications from God, no reliable, consistent communications. There's people who claim to talk to God, but everybody who does that gets different messages. So we're clearly not dealing with a consistent, caring deity in that respect. So the silence of God is a big problem. The other is that God is inert. He doesn't do anything. And it's not that he doesn't do any specific thing. You could pick any particular thing you think God should do and give an excuse to why he wouldn't do that. But he doesn't do anything. The odds that he would do nothing whatsoever. I mean, if he did at least some things consistently, we could debate about whether he cared about us, or we could debate about how powerful he was or anything. But we would all agree that he existed and that he was interfering in the world in certain ways. We might even be able to talk about how he's helping us and things like that.
What about all the miracles that everybody constantly tells
Yeah.
me that they prayed for something and
Sure.
then it happened?
Well, yeah, when those things happen, the praying for something, that's a correlation fallacy. Correlation is not causation. Lucky things happen to everybody, right? And some of those things are going to inevitably happen. To give you an example, if let's say it's something that's 1,000,000 to 1 odds against it happening, 1,000,000 to 1 odds against it happening like soon after you prayed for it. Well, there's 300 million people in the U.S. alone, so that means that those events, just by chance alone, are going to occur to 300 people a year, right? So that's a lot of people. So you could find 300 witnesses that say, yeah, 1,000,000 to 1 odds, I prayed for it and it happened. Yeah, statistically, that we know that's going to happen anyway, even if there's no God, right? And so when people understand stats and statistics and math, then those kinds of claims go away. And
So you think if people are kind of ignoring the times when they pray and it doesn't happen?
That's another issue. And then, of course, there's also claims that are ridiculous. And then when we go investigate them, they turn out to not pan out. That's why when you hear these, like, oh, there's these miracles, this resurrection and all this stuff that I heard about, yeah, you have to go like into the jungles of Africa to go find these claims, exactly where scientists can't really check them, where there isn't documentation, where there aren't doctors and so forth to confirm that there's no hijinks going on. The fact that you have to go to places where you can't check the facts, and those are the only places you ever find these miracle claims, that's suspect right there. But what I'm talking about are more direct things. So, for example, these mass shootings, for example, the recent one where a guy goes in and basically murders 20, 30 kids. Why would a God let that happen? That's pointless. Certainly, at the very least, he could stop the guy and say, hey, let's have a conversation. If the guy's insane, God could cure his illness and say, okay, problem solved. And if, even despite all that, the guy still insists on going, he could turn the bullets into popcorn and say, sorry, I'm not letting you do that. There's lots of things that God could do. And I talk about how, for example, how our friends, how our fathers, our mothers, people we know who care about us, what they do for us when we need help, when we ask for help. God doesn't do any of that. He doesn't act like a caring parent. He doesn't act like a caring friend. He doesn't engage with us in the world. He doesn't do anything to right injustices or any of the things that we would expect
So you're saying that I notice in your book, too, you used an example of if you had the power to intervene to stop somebody being kidnapped or tortured or whatever and didn't do anything, how would people judge you?
Yeah, and not just how would I judge myself? I mean, I would feel awful about myself. Why would I do something? Why would I be so insensitive to that? And people will come up with apologetical answers to that, but I also address those in the book. And generally, the immediate rationalization is, well, God can't stop everything because then the world would be boring. It's like, yeah, but you don't need women's breasts being chopped off in the Congo for for there to be struggle and things that we need to learn. We don't need these horrific things happening. We don't need to have mass shooters murdering dozens of kids. We don't need those things. It's not like if we got rid of those things, the world would be boring. So these kinds of arguments, you really need to use your imagination and think them through. And I think a problem I often run into with Christians is they either don't have a good imagination or they aren't using it. Because if you really used your imagination, you could imagine and envision a world that's just as exciting and has learning struggles and all of the things we would need for a good life without the horrific injustices that pervade the world. And obviously they must exist if you think you're going to heaven and heaven is going to be any better than this place. Are there mass shootings in heaven? So is heaven going to be boring? Is that going to be an awful place to live? So you got to really reason this through. If heaven's going to be a great place to live, then there's a better world we could make of this world. And many other points I make in the book. So that the God is inert and God is silent, those are big problems. The Christian thesis that God cares about us doesn't hold up in the face of that evidence. And the other is the wrong evidence. We just don't have the kind of evidence we would need to confirm this. The kind of evidence we have is the same kind of evidence we have for all other religions and all other myths and so on. If there was a real God, he would give us much better evidence than that, and it would be the kind of Christian God especially could give us really good evidence where it was clear. And then the thing that people find surprising, I guess, is the fourth reason, which is it's the wrong universe. This isn't the universe that a Christian God would make. It's exactly the universe we would have if there was no God, which is... People can say, what? How is that possible? But if you think about it, just for example, I talk about many other examples in the book, but just as one of the examples, if there is no God, and let's just use our imaginations for a moment. If there is no God, but we did come to exist, that somehow, some non-God way, the universe came to exist and we came to exist, what universe would we see in that case? Now, we know that we've evolved for billions of years from single-celled organisms. We can confirm that extensively scientifically. And the single-celled organisms, the earliest, simplest versions of them, had to have been a chemical accident. There had to be like the chemicals just randomly came together and just happened to produce a self-replicator. And we know that that's very improbable, right? So that kind of thing is not just going to happen every day. So the only way it could happen without a God doing it, without an intelligent engineer doing it, is if there were tons and tons of trials. It's like winning a lottery. Like if the winning lottery may be 1 in a million chance, that's really low. But if 1 million people play, the probability that someone's going to win the lottery is high. In fact, it's very high. And so what we would expect is we would have to see a vast universe, a universe that's really old with tons of planets and stars that has been experimenting with chemistry on vast scales for vast periods of time. That's the only universe that would randomly kick up life. That's the only kind of universe that would randomly kick up life. So the universe we would expect to see if there was no God is a universe that's vastly old, vastly large, and filled with vast quantities of stuff. And that's exactly the universe we see. There's billions of galaxies, billions of planets. The universe has been around for billions of years, and it's billions of light years across. And so that's an example of the kind of universe we would expect to see if there was no God. The kind of universe we would expect to see if there was a God is a universe that was actually designed by a God. You wouldn't need a vast age. You wouldn't need a vast universe. We wouldn't need evolution. Really, Genesis would be confirmed scientifically. We would confirm that the Earth was created 6 or 10,000 years ago. We'd confirm that all species were created at the same time. We would be able to verify all of these things scientifically. There wouldn't be billions of galaxies. What use would God have for all of that? It's not necessary. There are lots of things that he could do, that he could have the universe governed morally, for example, that there could be a moral law like karma or something, so that if someone, for example, one example I give is the more evil that you are in your behavior and stuff, the more sickly and vulnerable you become. Whereas if you're the more righteous and the more kind and compassionate and honest you are, the more invulnerable you are to injury and illness. Now, if we had a law like that, a law of physics like that, that would really prove moral governance of the universe. And that would be something that couldn't exist unless there was some sort of deity imbuing the universe with this understanding of this moral law that made this happen. So we would expect not necessarily that specific universe, but something like that. There would be a universe that looked like a universe created by a God, and not a universe that looks exactly like we would expect if there was no God at all.
Well, scientists say that something can't come from nothing, and therefore the start of the universe had to have been started by God.
Right. So something can't come from nothing is the claim there. Yeah, we don't actually know that. I mean, it's funny. If you're going to say that something can't come from nothing, you're basically describing a law of physics, which is something. So if there really is nothing, then even that law of physics can't apply, right? So the idea that nothing can't become something else, if there's really nothing, then that law doesn't apply either. So anything can happen. I mean, if there's really nothing, if everything began with nothing, then all bets are off. We have no idea what could occur, what could pop out of that nothing, because there's no laws of physics that exist that govern what's going to happen. So that's one immediate problem with it. Another problem is we don't really know that it came from nothing, because as far as we know, there could always have been something. This is a common confusion among Christians, is that we can trace back our universe, the universe we're in, back to a Big Bang, but we can't go any further back from that. We don't have any evidence or any access to what happened before that. So we don't know if there was nothing before that. There may have been all kinds of things before that. There are many hypotheses about how there could have been universes before that, and that we are a product of those universes. And it could be universes all the way down, as far as we know. And there are apologetical attempts to argue that you can't have a past infinite set, but you really can. I mean, it actually is possible that you could have an infinite string of stuff, and it's just gone through cycles, or different universes have sprouted out of different other universes and so on. I mean, it is entirely possible. We just don't know, and so you can't argue from what we don't know to a conclusion like, well, it must have been God. Well, we don't know that. If it was God, we would have better evidence of it.
It also kind of seems that if that's the logic they're using to prove God, well, then they've just stepped back from the creation of the universe to then, well, who created God?
Right. Yeah. And then, of course, they'll say that, well, God always existed. Well, that's what I'm talking about, the universe. If God can always exist, the universe can always exist. Or they'll say, well, God necessarily exists. Well, maybe there's something non-God-like that necessarily exists that did it instead. And other things you could point out is that a God is massively complex, is a really complex explanation for something, because if you think of all the random minds that you could grab out of all possible minds, to get one that was infinitely powerful and infinitely wise and infinitely knowledgeable and all of that, that's like the least probable mind you're going to get.
The second foundational falsehood of creationism is the belief that sacred scriptures were written by a god rather than by the actual human authors. When believers argue over any of the many things which contradict their religion, they often challenge us to decide, whom are we going to believe, the alleged word of God or that of men, as if human inquiry had no chance against the authority they imagine their doctrine to be. But when they say men, they're talking about science, and when they refer to the word of God, they're talking about the myths written about God by men. If there really is an intelligent and purposeful creator, then it would have to be he who constructed the fossil record revealing evolutionary history, and he has to be the one who conceived the genetic patterns which also trace that same course. And it must have been he who added all the other lines of evidence which point to the evolutionary conclusion exclusively and in brilliant detail. Why else would these things exist? It's as if he were trying to tell us something. Men couldn't create any of those things, but men can tell stories, whoppers, in fact. And it was men who wrote all of the scriptures pretending to speak for God. Every one of the world's supposedly holy doctrines of any religion describe themselves as being written by men, not gods. Men who were moved by or inspired by their favorite gods, or perhaps taking dictation from angels. But they were written by lowly, imaginative, yet imperfect mortals nonetheless. Not by angels, and certainly not by gods. If there really was one true God, it should be the singular composite of every religion's gods, an uber-galactic supergenius and the ultimate entity of the entire cosmos. If a being of that magnitude ever wrote a book, then there would only be one such document, one book of God. It would be dominant everywhere in the world with no predecessors or parallels or alternatives in any language, because mere human authors couldn't possibly compete with it. And you wouldn't need faith to believe it, because it would be consistent with all evidence and demonstrably true, revealing profound morality and wisdom far beyond contemporary human capacity. It would invariably inspire a unity of common belief for every reader. If God wrote it, we could expect no less. But what we see instead is the very opposite of that. Instead of only one religion leading to one ultimate truth, we have many different religions with no common origin, all constantly sharding into ever more deeply divided denominations seeking conflicting truths, and each somehow claiming divine guidance despite their ongoing divergence in every direction. The Jewish Torah, the Christian Gospels, the Quran of Islam, the Kitab-i-Aqdas of Baha'u'llah, the Hindu Vedas, the Avestas of Zarathustra, the Adi Granth of the Sikhs, the Mahabharatas, Bhagavad Gita, the Book of Mormon, and the Urantia book are all declared to be the absolute truth and the revealed word of the one true God, and believers of each say the others are deceived. The only logical probability is that they all are, at least to some degree. None of these have any particular advantage over the others, none of them have any evidentiary support, and none of them are historically verifiable.
I'm Dr. Paul Meyer, professor of ancient history.
Absurdities, and primitive notions once held true, but which have since been disproved, so they can claim no evidence of divine wisdom. Many of them promote heinous atrocities in place of morality, and many claim to be validated by prophecies now fulfilled, where each may also contain prophecies which failed to come to pass as predicted. Leading theologians admit that all of the scriptures of any religion were written by human hands, and were thus subject to the interpretations, impressions, and perspectives of their primitive and often prejudiced and politically motivated authors, and they cite this as the explanation behind many of the contradictions in those books, especially those in the about there being more than one author for Genesis, and it was definitely not an eyewitness account. Some experts now recognize 4 sources just for the Pentateuch, or the 5 books of Moses, and they don't credit Moses as the author of any of them, as he evidently never existed as described. The scholarly consensus is that Genesis was compiled probably by Ezra from several unrelated oral traditions less than 2,500 years ago. Other documents filtered in at the same time, all of which attributed to human authors. The Bible is nowhere near as old as believers say it is. The Dead Sea Scrolls are the oldest archaeological text known for the still unfinished basis of Western monotheism, yet they're each centuries younger than the origins of Zoroastrian, Buddhist, Hindu, Hellenist, Druidic, Chinese, and Egyptian religions. Christianity began with the Gnostic faith, and then the Docetics and Ebionites, and their completely different perspectives of Jesus were eventually combined into a kind of compromise called orthodoxy. Other Christian subsets, like the Luciferians, were overrun and discredited by further biblical revisions. Chose to demonize Baal-Zebub, the Lord on high, by distorting his name to Beelzebub, the Lord of the Flies. So the Bible has been deliberately and deceptively altered for both religious and political reasons. The rest of what became the New Testament was canonized in the 4th century in a series of committee decisions at the convention in Nicaea. 4 Gospels were accepted, and 16 more were rejected, all by a show of hands, as if the facts of the matter could be evaluated or dismissed by popular vote. Among the rejected items were the writings of both apostles and prophets. Why would God's Word refer us to other books which were some human's word and or no longer available? Who were the real editors here? The Bible often names human authors, but how could it make such an admission if God were the real author and editor of this haphazard jumble of fables, parables, and psalm lyrics? The Bible was very definitely written by men, and not by superior men either, far from it. This is why so much of it can be shown to be historically and scientifically dead wrong about damn near everything back to front. We're talking about people who believe snakes and donkeys can talk, who believe in incantations, blood sacrifice, ritual spells, enchanted artifacts, pyrotechnic potions, astrology, and the 5 elements of witchcraft. They thought that if you use a magic wand to sprinkle blood all over someone, it would cure them of leprosy. We're talking about people who think that rabbits chew cud, and that bats are birds, and whales are fish, and that pi is a round number. These folks believe that if you display striped patterns to a pregnant cow, it would bear striped calves. How could anyone say that who knows anything about genetics? Obviously, the authors of this book didn't. If the Bible had been written by a supreme being, then it wouldn't contain the mistakes that it does. If it was written by a truly superior being and meant to be read as a literal history, then the Bible wouldn't contain anything that it does. As a moral guide, it utterly fails, because much of the original Hebrew scriptures were written by ignorant and bigoted savages who condoned and promoted animal cruelty, incest, slavery, abuse of slaves, spousal abuse, child molestation, abortion, pillage, murder, cannibalism, genocide, and prejudice against race, nationality, religion, sex, and sexual orientation. Why? To justify their own inhumanity by claiming to do the will of God. But creationists still continue to ignore all of that. Some of their sites even admit that wherever reality conflicts with the Bible, then reality must be ignored. And why is that? Because if creationists didn't have their beloved books, they wouldn't have a God either. One is the other in their world. Ironically, the faithful reject the works of God as worshiping creation over the Creator. But then they prop up the words of men before God as God, and even insist that disproving their supposedly holy books would somehow disprove God too. Not just their version of God, but everyone else's version of God as well. Creationist Christians think that if the Bible is wrong, then God lied. They cannot accept that God could exist, but the Bible be wrong, because they can't distinguish doctrine from deity. So it is a form of idolatry, wherein believers worship man-made compilations as though those books were God himself, because they think it is his word. But God never wrote or dictated any of the scriptures of any religion. Everything men chose to reject from or include in their supposedly inalterable word of whatever God was conceived, composed, compiled, translated, interpreted, edited, and often deliberately altered and enhanced by mere fallible men.
Bear in mind that we cannot say that we know that there was not a prime mover. It's not within our compass. Pitifully ignorant as we are, only scrabbling on the lower slopes of the study of physics, as all of us are, even the best, we may not say that we know there was no prime mover. We may not say that. we can say that all the laws appear to operate without that assumption. It's very, very, very rare indeed to meet a physicist of any standing, from Einstein onwards, who is not at the most a Spinozist. In other words, someone who might say there could be a pantheism somewhere, there could be a force, but there is no way you can take a step from the laws of physics, the observable creation of the cosmos, that leads you to the belief that there is an intervening personal God who does answer prayers, who does watch over you, who does notice what you're up to, who does mind what you do, who you sleep with and in what position, what you eat and on what days of the week, what propitiations and sacrifices you will make, what commandments you will observe. There is no possible way, no one's even tried it, of getting from the laws of physics or biology to any such idea. So from the person who says, I'm a deist, I don't think all of this can be an accident, there must be some cosmic force, I say, I can't disprove it, though I think the cosmos functions without it, but you have all your work, sir, or ma'am, still ahead of you, before you can say that Jesus of Nazareth was a real person, let alone that he was the Son of God, let alone that his mother was a virgin, let alone that he was resurrected. None of these things, by the way, would prove he was the Son of God, if they did happen. Nor would they prove that his doctrines were not erroneous. A resurrected person who was the son of a virgin could still be talking nonsense. There's no logic that says he must be right. If I'm having an argument with you, sir, and you say, you lose, boy chick, I say, how come? Because my mother never went to bed with another man. Your logic is faulty. I think my case could remain just as strong as ever it was. In default of that, I must say, rather bizarre intervention. Now, why do we have religion in the first place? Why are we having this discussion? Why does Frank feel the need to talk in this way? Because we are pattern-seeking mammals. It's part of our evolution. We look for patterns. We're designed to look for them. And if we can't find a good explanation, we'll come up with a bad one, rather than none at all. Most people would rather have a conspiracy theory than no theory. It's very observable that. There's a lot of junk science around before good science arrives. Before we have astronomy, we have astrology. Before we have chemistry, we have alchemy. All of these things are derivatives of religion, because in a very sinister verse of the Bible that used to upset me when I was being forced to listen to it as a little boy, it says, seek and ye shall find. Yes, that's exactly right. Seek and you will find. Seek for an explanation of volcanic eruptions when you're living in a primitive society, and you will think they're probably a visitation from an angry deity. And if you're told you can postpone the next eruption by throwing a few live babies into the lava down the crater, that's what you'll do. Religion has just started. Religion has just begun. Why do some people get the plague and others not? Because they're sinful. Where's the plague coming from in the first place? It's a punishment from God, and or, in early Christian society, the Jews have poisoned the wells. So we'll go and get them. Again. Because we already hate them because they killed our Redeemer. They committed deicide. All of them did. All of them. No one's exempt. Indeed, if you have to be a Christian, it's an article of their faith that we were all present at Calvary. We all drove in the nails, the Jews particularly so. And we all have to expiate this guilt for a crime that may or may not have been committed, but if it was committed before we were born. What is this? It's not physics. Okay? It's not biology. It's not science. It's faith. Why don't you fly under your true flag, sir? Why don't you say these things must be believed as articles of faith? Don't try and derive it from science. Now, I can't improve on the argument that David Hume came up with, against the idea of the supernatural, against the idea that the laws of nature are occasionally suspended in order to make people's faith a little more secure. Ambrose Bierce, in his Devil's Dictionary, you may remember, says under prayer, under P for prayer, a request that the laws of nature be suspended in favor of the petitioner, himself admittedly unworthy. David Hume puts it a little more acidly than that. He says, if you see the laws of nature apparently suspended, perhaps a virgin's given birth, perhaps a leper has suddenly stopped being a leper, who knows what it might be, you know the sort of thing, you have to ask yourself one of two things. Well, actually you have to ask yourself both. Which is the more probable, that the laws of nature have just been suspended, or that I am under a misapprehension? That's if you are an eyewitness yourself to the morning. If you're hearing about it second, third, fourth, and fifth hand, you have to ask this question with redoubled and trebled and quadrupled force. And the likelihood is which? That the laws of nature were suspended, or that somebody maybe garbled, maybe a rumor got around. If you make this assumption, then nothing is mysterious about reality. Nothing is mysterious at all. It would explain why everyone seems to die and no one comes back. No longer a mystery about that. It would explain why some people are cured of leprosy and other even worse diseases if they go to the doctor, and if that doctor has access to certain kinds of drugs, but not if they don't. The great theologian Lancelot Andrewes, the Archbishop of Canterbury, during the Black Death, wondered. He said, it seems odd to me. There are people who go to church and pray, and they give their tithes, and they do everything that they're supposed to do, and they lead godly lives, and yet they seem to die of the plague just as much as the sinners do. He went to his grave, the Archbishop, not realizing that he'd very nearly stumbled on a very good point.
All right. I can't give you all the reasons I think Christianity is unreasonable in the time given here, so I'm only going to focus on a few. But of course, obviously, at the end of this debate, you should go out and explore and learn more of my writings, more of David's writings, others, Christians, atheists, and so on, and learn about this beyond what gets covered in this debate. So I'm going to just get to my main choice of what I'm going to argue as the negative case for what we're talking about here, the reasonableness of the Christian faith. And I want you to think about a fact that I read about on the plane here. I was reading an article about a particular charity group that's working on a particular problem these days, and it was a quite alarming statistic that this charity was working with, and that's the fact that every 21 seconds, somewhere on Earth, a child dies from contaminated water. That means by the end of my opening statement, over 50 children will have died of diseases contracted from their local water supply. Now start counting off the deaths in your head. It's pretty horrific. This is one of thousands of examples of fundamental injustice in the structure and design of the world that I could mention. But to keep it simple, I'll just use this one in particular because it is especially relevant to Christianity. In the time of Jesus, half of all children died before adulthood from diseases. I want you to imagine that. Imagine that now, more than half of all children born, all children you know, your own children, never survive to be adults. Most die miserably. And imagine that's just the way things are, and yet it's totally preventable. I want you to think about that for a moment while I fix my computer. Not only could someone who had the ability to eradicate all diseases just get rid of the problem altogether, right immediately, but even just knowing the germ theory of disease and how to decontaminate water, food, and milk, and sterilize instruments and utensils, and maintain community sanitation, even that can reduce the frequency of child death from half of all children to less than 1 in 1,000, like in America today. Now imagine that now that half of all the children you know are dying, but we could make that 1 in 1,000. Now, did Jesus do that for us? Did he or his God tell us about germs or parasites or how to create a less diseased world? No. Humans had to figure it out on their own after thousands of years of misery, and then they had to do it themselves. Jesus never mentioned anything about how to create this better world that we made, nor did any Christian get the message for almost 2,000 years of ruling half the world. And when they did get it, it didn't come from Jesus or God. It came from guesswork and experiment. It came from science. In the Gospels, the Jews come to Jesus and complain that his disciples don't wash their hands before they eat, like everyone else was doing. In fact, everyone else was washing their cooking utensils as well. We now know that that's a pretty good idea, and we know why. It reduced infection. So did Jesus say, hey, you're right. In fact, you should do that even more diligently because it will kill the germs that kill you and all your children? No. Jesus argued that we don't have to wash our hands before we eat, that washing is a human tradition with no endorsement from God, and that nothing we put into us can harm us. And as he is claimed to have said in the Gospel of Mark, not even poison. Clearly, Jesus knew nothing about germs, nor did he know that faith doesn't make you immune to poison either. Notably, nowhere in the New Testament does Jesus or God ever impart any correct knowledge or information about the world that wasn't already known to men of the time. Thus, apparently, Jesus and his God were as ignorant as every other first-century human. So Jesus said nothing about the existence of germs and what to do about them. He thus failed to save the lives of millions upon millions of innocent children.
He and his God just let them die miserably for thousands and thousands of years, because remember, humanity's been around for a lot longer than Jesus has. Jesus also didn't say anything about parasites, waterborne or animal-borne. Most curiously, the Gospels only have Jesus perform occasional faith healings on people with no actual verifiable diseases. Similar faith healing acts are performed in all religions today, yet they never cure any verifiable disease like malaria or influenza, anecdotes aside. We've never scientifically confirmed this. Much less did they restore lost organs or limbs. Jesus also never cured any verifiable disease, nor ever restored any lost organ or limb. Jesus thus had no more power than any other random faith healer from any other religion today. Not just Christians can do faith healing, Muslims and other practitioners of other religions can. Pagans did as well. Now let's compare that with what an actual God could do. A God, or any man granted his power, could cure all sick people on the whole earth. Now imagine Jesus had done that. With just a thought, not just a few people he happened to bump into in one tiny corner of the world. In fact, an actual God, or any man granted his power, could simply eliminate all germs and parasites altogether, or render them all harmless to humans, or at least to children. But no, Jesus and his God didn't do anything godlike. Just as their knowledge was ignorantly human, so was their ability. In the time of Jesus, the top killers of millions of children and adults were malaria, typhoid, and tuberculosis. Pay close attention to the Gospels. Never once does Jesus ever meet a single person clearly afflicted with those ailments. And yet those are the most common ailments, most commonly killing people around him at the time. Once, according to the Gospels, he cured a fever, and that's it, just an ordinary fever. Yet hundreds of thousands were dying of those more serious illnesses all around him. Carefully avoiding them, Jesus never had to try to heal them. We know he couldn't, as no other human faith healer can either. Because faith healing isn't real. It's psychosomatic. If it worked, we'd have faith healing wings in all our hospitals. Malaria, killer of millions of children, even still today, shockingly, even after 2,000 years of Christianity, malaria is caused by parasites transmitted by mosquitoes, which breed in stagnant pools of water and can be warded off with chemicals and nets or just killed. At the very least, Jesus could have mentioned that. Hey, you should do something about those stagnant pools of water over here, and there's this thing called a mosquito net I want to tell you about. But no, Jesus didn't even know to do that, much less just eliminate the malaria parasite like any actual God would do. Typhoid and other lethal fevers are transmitted by a lack of public and personal sanitation, basic germ theory of disease. Jesus didn't mention that either or do anything about it. A leading cause of tuberculosis in children is contaminated milk. Ever wonder why we pasteurize our milk? Now you know. Did Jesus tell us that? No. You'd think a really nice thing to do would be to tell everyone that the milk they are drinking and the cheese they are eating is killing them and their kids, and that simply heating the milk up a bit would solve the problem, saving millions of lives and ending ages of misery. An actual God, or anyone in regular chat mode with him, would at least know to tell us how to fight these diseases, washing hands, sanitizing cooking utensils and medical instruments, mosquito nets and getting rid of standing water, heating milk before drinking it or making cheese from it, basic stuff like that. But Jesus didn't even know that eating with unwashed hands is bad for you. Knowledge is not the only thing a real God would have that he can give us if he cared about us and existed. God would know the actual cure for every disease right now, every disease, cancer, everything. He could even just cure every disease right now. Now imagine if he were an ordinary person. We weren't talking about God, we were just talking about a Joe. Some guy who knew how to cure every disease on earth and could do it immediately at no expense to himself, yet didn't tell anyone or do anything. Would you think that person cared about us? I wouldn't. Let's take it seriously. Would you think it was reasonable to worship a guy like that, to think anything kind of him? That's not the example of a nice guy, not the sort of example of a guy you'd want to follow or have faith in. The Christian religion is simply not believable in the face of this evidence. Neither Jesus nor Christianity as a whole has exhibited any special source of information about the world, nothing distinctive of actual divine communication. They didn't know about germs, they didn't know about parasites. Christians have no more evidence of having a pipeline to a kind and all-knowing God than any other religion in history has, and that's the principal point here. The fact that it took Christians 1,800 years, do the math on that, 1,800 years, to figure out that germs and parasites even existed, and it might be a good idea to kill them before they kill our kids, proves that Christianity is a man-made religion and not something received from any real God. If you were a time traveler and got back to the first century, what would be one of the first things you told them? Why, about germs and parasites, of course, and how to combat them. It would be absolutely cruel not to withhold that information, and watch over half of all children die miserably from preventable diseases for thousands of years. Thus, if Jesus were really God's emissary, he would have told us those things, as surely as any compassionate time traveler would, as surely as you would, had you the chance. If you are more informed about the world and more compassionate than Jesus and his God, then the Christian faith is simply not reasonable. It's just another false religion.
Think of the person you care about most in the world. Now, I'm being entirely serious. Take a moment and picture the person you love the most. Maybe one of your parents, or maybe your spouse, or perhaps one of your children. Once you have a person in mind, continue on with the video. Now imagine you happen to see that person walking down a street some ways ahead of you, and in front of them you notice a giant hole in the ground. Now either they're daydreaming or on their cell phone, or just looking somewhere else, but they don't notice the hole and just keep on walking. They happen past a sign that reads, "Danger ahead," without noticing it. So what do? You shout to this person, "Hey, there's a hole in front of you. Look out." But what if they don't hear you and keep walking? Would you simply say, "Hey, they should look where they're going. They should be alert and read the signs around them. It was their choice to walk down the street. Or they should have heard me. Let them fall in the hole. It'll teach them a good lesson." Well, if they survive. Remember, this is the one person you care about the most in the world. No, if I saw that person continuing to walk towards the hole, the person I cared about the most, I would run as fast as I could across the busy street with no regard for my own well-being to physically stop them and ensure their safety. But after that, I wouldn't just walk away. I would fill in the hole to ensure no one else I loved could possibly ever fall in. If you truly love someone, you wouldn't let them suffer. You would do everything within your power to protect them. You wouldn't just warn them of the dangers ahead, but would work to remove those dangers. If it was within your power to fill in the hole, such holes would not exist.
The pre-failure of religious apologetics. This is my 100th video, and I thought it would be a good idea to do a video not just limited to one specific Christian apologetic argument, or even to Christian apologetics in general, but to speak more broadly of a fundamental problem with religious apologetics. And I hit upon this idea as I had an epiphany as I was trying to break down the presuppositional apologetic argument. And my head was spinning as I was trying to figure out where to begin here, as I was cataloging all of the different logical fallacies that are packed into one very short argument, almost as if the apologist was trying to engineer an argument that would pack so many fallacies so tightly into one argument that it would create a singularity of stupid that would subsequently create a black hole that would suck in and devour any skeptic counter-argument. But as I was trying to catalog all of this, and I think this is a useful exercise, and I will probably go into greater detail on this in some future video, I realized that there is one core problem that exists with this argument that also exists with every other apologetic argument that I've heard, ranging from the ontological argument and the transcendental argument to arguments that are specific to Christianity, like the trilemma argument. And that is the problem of pre-failure. You have already, as the apologist, failed before you have even finished your argument and before I have even gotten started in breaking down this argument, figuring out where all the fallacies are and pointing out where all the weaknesses are and coming up with a counter-argument. And I know this is a bold claim here, but by the end of this video, you'll understand why. First, a little bit of background here. The burden of proof lies with the person who is making the claim. And as Carl Sagan observed, the amount of evidence we typically require scales proportionally to just how outlandish the claim is. As he put it, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Now, to any apologist who disputes this, understand that you engage in the exact same critical thinking in all areas of your life outside of your religion. Consider how you would respond to 3 different claims about someone's dinner time activities, just as an example. Let's say, claim number 1, someone says, I had dinner with some local friends. The nature of this claim is quite mundane, and the evidence required is usually only that person's testimony, along with the lack of any contrary evidence. The default reception is going to be acceptance. Claim number 2 is, I had dinner with the President of the United States. The nature of this claim is quite extraordinary, and it's going to be met with skepticism unless the claimant is someone extremely important, say a reporter or a head of state or a particularly powerful politician or a particularly notable lobbyist or something along those lines. The evidence that is going to be required goes beyond simply a friend of theirs saying, it's true, I saw the whole thing. The evidence that is going to be required is documentation from some reputable source, like, say, a newspaper article. And until that burden of proof is met, the default reception is usually going to be skepticism. Now consider claim number 3. I had dinner with some deceased relatives who are back from the dead and feeling much better now. The nature of this claim is ridiculous, or, to be a little bit more kind, far outside our experiences in this everyday, ordinary universe that we understand. The amount of evidence required is going to be overwhelming, to say the least. And the default reception is not even going to be skepticism, it's going to be ridicule, or, a little bit more kindly, concern for the sanity of the claimant. So, of those 3 examples, which one best resembles religious claims, and therefore establishes the kind of proof that apologists would really need to come up with in order for us to take the claims of religion seriously? So what sort of evidence could the apologist offer that would meet the burden of proof? Well, first, most obviously, they could produce their God. And while this may seem like an outrageous demand, it is in fact quite consistent with their Holy Scriptures, and how their Holy Scriptures say the universe is supposed to work. In Genesis chapter 18, Yahweh dropped by Abraham's place for lunch. In Genesis chapter 32, he wrestled with Jacob. In Exodus chapter 33, verse 11, he spoke to Moses face to face as one does to a friend. And in Judges chapter 1, verse 1 to 2, he spoke to the entire nation of Judea, apparently giving a public speech. Additionally, he spoke in the New Testament as a booming voice from the sky. In Luke chapter 3, verse 22, for example, he says, You are my son, this day have I begotten thee. But if the big guy can't be bothered to make any public experiences or speak to the United Nations, then surely he could at least spare a few angels to interact with human beings, as certainly his angels did in both the Old Testament and the New. For example, in Acts chapter 12, verse 23, one of the angels assassinates Herod Antipas for not giving the proper glory to Yahweh. In other examples in the New Testament, angels interact with human beings to break apostles out of jail or to let the Virgin Mary know that she is about to conceive Jesus. But if the angels can't be bothered to come down and give a talk to any skeptics, then perhaps the Christians themselves could give demonstrations of the power of their faith that would be consistent with what Jesus said we should expect to see. In Mark chapter 16, verse 17 to 18, Jesus says, And these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name they shall cast out devils, they shall speak with new tongues, they shall take up serpents, and they shall drink any deadly thing, and it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. So, essentially, Christians ought to be able to heal people, and this ought to be done as repeatable experiments under the rigors of medical peer review with double-blind studies so as to weed out the possibility of it being attributable only to the placebo effect. This sort of thing should be demonstrated as repeatable experimentation. Or perhaps if the Christians these days lack sufficient faith, then maybe they could just produce some magical artifacts. And I'm not talking about something found in an Indiana Jones movie. I'm talking about the Bible itself. The Bible talks in Acts chapter 19, verse 12, about the magical handkerchiefs of Paul that could be used by other people to cast out evil spirits and heal the sick. Perhaps if these artifacts could be produced and given over to the scientific community to be closely examined and subject to peer review under repeatable tests to be sure that they do in fact function as they're said to function in the Bible, this too would be hard evidence that the apologists could offer. But in fact, the apologists offer no hard evidence or indeed evidence of any kind. They can't seem to summon God to either appear or speak from the clouds anymore, even though, according to them, Yahweh did so all the time up until about 2,000 years ago. Angels don't seem to be available for comment anymore, even though 2/3 of them are under the employment of Yahweh. Christians don't seem to have sufficient faith to heal or otherwise perform any miracles, and all the magical artifacts seem to be lost. So what evidence does the apologist present? You ask the apologists to make their best case for their God and for the claims of their religion, and what you will get are hypotheticals, thought experiments, philosophical arguments, mental constructs. Essentially, argument goes here, therefore Jesus. Now, please don't get me wrong. I am not suggesting that philosophical arguments aren't useful to understand our world, and neither am I suggesting that faulty philosophical arguments shouldn't be addressed by skeptics. What I am suggesting is that philosophical arguments without any supporting demonstrations or evidence is not compelling enough to meet the burden of proof established both by the extraordinary claims of your religion as well as by your own holy scriptures and how your scriptures say the universe is supposed to work. At best, all you have, even if nobody can present a logical argument against anything you have to say, at best you have an unproven and untestable hypothesis. If philosophy without either evidence or demonstration is all you can offer, you have already failed before I even respond. Thanks for listening. Oh, and just to add, here's another proverbial 1,000 words on the topic for your consideration.
Recently, I was listening to the Atheist Experience try to explain to a caller how a cat suddenly getting better after people praying for it didn't necessarily mean that the prayer had caused it. I know. During Matt Dillahunty's patient back and forth about coincidence, scientific evidence, and prayer studies, it occurred to me something very obvious was being overlooked. And this is not to say this hasn't occurred to Matt. It may have, but perhaps he was attempting to instill logic from the perspective he felt would be most effective with this caller. That aside, what stood out to me in the debate about prayer was that prayer itself is an unjustifiable decree. Why should there be prayer at all? The illogical nature of religion has so many layers that we wind up debating whether or not something is true instead of pointing out how ridiculous it is in the first place, true or not. This caller on the Atheist Experience was suspecting that a cat going into sudden remission was an answered prayer, as if God decided to show mercy and grant Fluffy a few more meaningful years of sleeping and chasing string. Meanwhile, we all know children who no amount of prayer kept alive. How ironic that the same people who ask atheists where they get their morality from don't recognize the immorality of prayer. It is a demand for abasement and futile groveling, a command that you plead for help while acknowledging your unworthiness, helplessly ask for your questions to be answered, then live with the resounding silence that will follow. It means nothing more than begging for desperate needs to be met. As a parent, I find this unconscionable, and parenting is relevant here since theists believe God is our Father and we are His children. Looking at it from that perspective, imagine your own parenting. What would your child have to do to get you to meet a need of theirs? Under what circumstance would you see your child hungry, hurt, or even just sad without trying to offer them relief? Could you stand on the other side of a door from your son or daughter and ignore their cries? No. Their pain is your pain. That's love that can't be faked. A love you won't find from any deity overseeing the state of affairs on this planet. And I believe that is because religion is not about love. It's about worship. If anything, religion uses our desire for love the same way it uses fear, as a means to gain our obedience. If you need me to expound on why I view unanswered prayer as immoral, it's because the suffering it causes is 100% avoidable. And before we get caught up in semantics, I consider it immoral to turn a blind eye to suffering. God ignoring prayers is tantamount to that suffering being deliberate. Moreover, it is vain and narcissistic to require such adulation for the mere consideration of any request. I love my son enough to not need anything from him in order to come to his aid. Real parental love is contingent upon nothing, least of all a stroked ego. My son's comfort is payment enough for me. Without his well-being I cannot rest. I cannot ignore his pain for a minute, much less centuries. Anyone who is worth their salt as a parent should be appalled by God's parenting. I don't understand how all parents are not atheists, or turning their back on the deadbeat dad that is any proposed deity, at the very least questioning his existence. It is at this point a theist may assert that God has mysterious ways. I submit parents have no right being mysterious, and your parenting should be stronger than anyone telling you that unanswered prayers are a mystery not to be questioned. That sweep it under the rug mentality should be no match for a parent's love. It's just not good enough. If any of us left our children in the sole care of their siblings, they would be taken away from us, and rightfully so. Whether you pray with rosary beads, bow to the east, dance around a fire, or chant to Buddha, I don't believe an omniscient, omnibenevolent being would expect us to respect his authority without ever showing one single shred of it. So the next time a fundamentalist asks you where you get your morality from, remember prayer and tell them proudly, from someone far more compassionate than God.
Sally and Joe have been friends for many years. Over that time, Sally has realized that Joe is not honest with her 10% of the time. Sometimes it's an honest mistake, other times he's outright lying. But either way, 10% of the time, the information is wrong. So one day, Joe tells Sally that he flipped a coin and it came up heads. Should Sally believe him? Well, there are two possibilities. One, that Joe is lying, which has a 10% chance. And two, that the coin did indeed come up heads, which has a 50% chance. Since it's more likely the coin came up heads than Joe is lying, Sally should believe him. But what if Joe tells Sally that he flipped the coin 10 times and got 10 consecutive heads? Should Sally still believe him? Rather than making a gut reaction, we can give an accurate answer to this question. There is still a 10% chance Joe is lying, but now there's only a 0.1% chance the coin did what Joe says. It's more likely that Joe is lying than the coin giving 10 consecutive heads, so no, Sally shouldn't believe him. The moral of the story is, you shouldn't believe everything you are told, especially if the probability of the person being dishonest is higher than the probability of the event they are describing. Now, we've all heard the saying, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and the religious communities know this all too well. Imagine if I told you my friend Bob was the Son of God. That definitely counts as an extraordinary claim, and you probably wouldn't simply take my word for it. But what if I told you at the party last night, Bob turned the water in the Brita water pitcher into wine? You might be more inclined, since that is definitely some extraordinary evidence. Miracles are the foundations of the three Western religions, from which they claim authority for the supernatural. Judaism in the Old Testament is filled with stories of global floods, people surviving inside fish, and talking animals. Christianity in the New Testament contains stories of a virgin birth, water being transformed into wine, and the dead being resurrected. And Islam with their prophet ascending into heaven on a winged horse. Those who proselytize for these religions use the stories of miracles as their sales pitch, because without them, you really only have the word of some random guy. The question is, should you believe someone's claim of a miracle? The general definition of a miracle is an event that requires supernatural intervention to have occurred. By this definition, miracles are proof of God. Let's be clear. The Virgin Mary appearing on toast is not a miracle. Cancer going into remission is not a miracle. And a sports team winning against all odds is not a miracle, as all of these have natural explanations and occur quite often. A miracle, by definition, is the explanation with the lowest possible probability, simply because it defies the laws of nature. Well, that's up a huge problem. If a man on the street or a book in your local house of worship claims that a miracle happened in the past, should you believe it? Let's disregard all the possibilities that the person or book is being intentionally dishonest for political, monetary, or personal reasons, and assume they are entirely genuine, well-intentioned, and honestly believe what they are saying is true. The answer is still no, because miracles are so unlikely to actually occur. The probability of a natural explanation, the person or book being in error, either being mistaken in what they saw, simply having been tricked, or having suffered a vivid hallucination, is always higher. When you apply logic and reason, one quickly realizes that all claims of miracles must be rejected. Even if you believe you experienced a miracle personally, it is more likely you didn't and are mistaken. Now, I'm not claiming miracles don't happen, and I'm not claiming God doesn't exist. But what I am claiming is that logically miracles should never be believed, and without their authoritative foundation, what are the major religions of the world left with?
First, let's start with this claim that any one of our religions is true. There are at least two problems with taking this path. The first is they can't all be true. I mean, this is something that Bertrand Russell pointed out 100 years ago. Even if we knew that one of our religions was perfectly true, I mean, even if we knew this was God's multiple choice exam, is it A, Judaism, B, Christianity, C, Islam? Even if we knew one was perfect, given the bewildering profusion of doctrines on offer, and given their mutual incompatibility, every believer should expect damnation purely as a matter of probability. Now it seems to me this should give religious people pause when they espouse their certainties. It never does, but it should. But the deeper problem with arguing for the truth of any religion is that the evidence for our religions is either non-existent or terrible. And this subsumes all claims about the existence of a personal God, the divine origin of certain books, the virgin birth of certain people, the veracity of ancient miracles. I mean, take Christianity as an example. Christianity is founded on the claim that the gospel account of the miracles of Jesus is true. There are certain Christians that may want to hedge their bet here, but most Christians, most of the time, take some complement of these miracles as true, and most important seems to be the resurrection. Now, the problem with this is that the only thing that testifies to these miracles ever having occurred is the gospel. There's no extra biblical description of these events. Everyone agrees that the Gospels were written decades after the events they report, the earliest Gospels. The problem is that even if the evidence were much better than that, even if we had hundreds of contemporaneous eyewitness accounts of these miracles, that would still not be good enough evidence to cash out the claims of Christianity. Why not? Well, the problem is that in the 21st century, reports of miracles are still quite common. I have met literally hundreds of Western-educated men and women who think that their favorite Hindu or Buddhist guru has magic powers. I mean, these are the reports of miracles are quite current. There are Hindu yogis and mystics who reportedly walk on water and raise the dead and fly without the aid of technology and read minds and divine the future. You take someone like Satya Sai Baba, the South Indian guru. All of these miracles are attributed to him. He even claims to have been born of a virgin, which incidentally is not such a rare claim in the history of religion or in history generally. Genghis Khan was supposedly born of a virgin. Alexander the Great was born of a virgin. I mean, parthenogenesis does not guarantee that you're going to turn the other cheek, apparently. So consider this. Satya Sai Baba has these miracles attributed to him by literally thousands upon thousands of living eyewitnesses. He is not the David Koresh of Hinduism. His devotees threw a birthday party for him a few years ago, and 1 million people showed up. There are millions of people who believe he is a living God. Now, so consider, as though for the first time, the foundational claim of Christianity. The claim is that miracle stories of a sort that surround a person like Satya Sai Baba today, and which are compelling to no one apart from his devotees, suddenly become especially credible if you place them in the pre-scientific religious context of the first century Roman Empire, decades after their supposed occurrence. So Satya Sai Baba's miracles don't even merit an hour on the Discovery Channel. And yet, place these miracles in an ancient text, and half the people on this earth think it a legitimate project to organize their lives around them. Does anyone else see a problem with that?
Now, the question before us is, when you weigh the evidence for Christian theism against the evidence for naturalism, which way, on balance, does the evidence point? In support of a naturalistic answer to that question, I'm going to defend two basic contentions. One, naturalism is a simpler explanation than Christian theism, and two, naturalism is a more accurate explanation than Christian theism. Let's look then at my first basic contention. Naturalism is a simpler explanation than Christian theism. Naturalism and supernaturalism are symmetrical claims. Naturalism claims that the physical explains the mental, while supernaturalism claims that the mental explains the physical. Both claims are equally modest and equally coherent. Before examining the evidence, both positions are equally likely to be true. But now compare naturalism and Christian theism. Theism says everything that supernaturalism says, but adds on several additional claims, such as the non-physical mental entity which explains the natural world is a person, and that person created the world for a purpose, and that person is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good. Christian theism adds on even more claims to the claims of theism. Because Christian theism entails or implies supernaturalism, but could be false even if supernaturalism is true, it follows that prior to examining the evidence, Christian theism is less likely to be true than supernaturalism. And so Christian theism is also less likely to be true than naturalism. Let's turn then to my second basic contention. Naturalism is a more accurate explanation than Christian theism. Here, I'd like to present 9 lines of evidence that are more probable on naturalism than on Christian theism. Number 1, naturalism is the best explanation for the fact that physical matter exists. I want to be very clear. The existence of physical matter is logically compatible with theism. God could have created matter, but God could have also chosen to create other minds without physical bodies, such as angels, and therefore not needed to create a physical universe to support such bodies. Or God could have chosen to create nothing at all. In other words, God's existence doesn't entail physical matter. In contrast, naturalism implies that physical matter exists. In other words, if naturalism is true, then physical matter must exist. Since naturalism entails that physical matter exists, whereas theism does not, it follows that physical matter is evidence favoring naturalism over theism. Number 2, naturalism is the best explanation for the fact that so much of the universe is hostile to life. Discoveries in astronomy have revealed that the vast majority of the universe is incredibly hostile to life. It contains vast amounts of empty space, temperatures near absolute zero, cosmic radiation, and so forth. Given that life exists in this universe, the fact that so much of our universe is hostile to life is more probable on naturalism than on theism. Number 3, naturalism is the best explanation for the fact that all life, including conscious life, evolved from a common ancestor. To be sure, biological evolution is logically compatible with theism. God could have used evolution to create life, but God could have also used many other methods to create life, methods which are impossible if naturalism is true. On the other hand, if naturalism is true, evolution pretty much has to be true. Furthermore, since theism entails that if a physical world exists, it was created by a mind, theism leads us to expect that minds are fundamentally non-physical entities, and therefore that conscious life is fundamentally different from non-conscious life. But this, in turn, would lead us to expect that conscious life was created independently of non-conscious life, that evolution is false. And so the scientific fact of biological evolution is more likely on the assumption that naturalism is true than on the assumption that theism is true. Number 4, naturalism is the best explanation for the biological role and apparent moral randomness of pain and pleasure. Suppose you are inside a building that is caught on fire and all the exits are blocked. The fire gets closer and closer to you until you are actually in pain because of the intense heat. Suddenly, a group of firefighters arrive and are able to rescue you. Your pain in this case was biologically useful because it contributed to one or two biological goals: survival and reproduction. The naturalistic explanation for this is obvious. If human beings are the products of evolution by natural selection, then we would expect physical pain and pleasure to motivate human behavior in ways that aided survival and reproduction. But not all physical pain and pleasure are biologically useful. Consider, for example, the physical pain felt by a person killed in that same fire I just told you about. That pain was not biologically useful because it did not contribute to survival or reproduction. But it was biologically appropriate because it is biologically useful that humans in general feel pain when they come in contact with fire. Now, if naturalism is true, humans are the byproducts of evolution by natural selection, which is indifferent to human suffering. And so pain and pleasure that is biologically useless but appropriate is what we would expect if naturalism is true. On the other hand, if theism is true, God could fine-tune humans so that they only experience physical pain and pleasure when it was morally necessary. So theism leads us to expect that pain and pleasure are fundamentally moral phenomena which just happens to be connected to the biological goals of survival and reproduction. And that's a huge coincidence that naturalism doesn't need. It gets worse. Some pain, like the suffering endured by people trapped in burning buildings before they die, or people with terminal illnesses or injuries, and some pleasure, like the sexual pleasure enjoyed by the man who rapes an infertile woman, is biologically gratuitous. It does not contribute to survival or reproduction. On naturalism, this is just what we would expect. Blind nature has no way to fine-tune organic systems to prevent such pain and pleasure. On theism, however, this is extremely surprising. So this evidence is very much more probable on naturalism than on theism. Number 5. Naturalism is the best explanation for the flourishing and languishing of sentient beings. Paul Draper explains, "The majority of living things, including the majority of sentient beings, never flourish. Many more flourish for only a very small portion of their lives, and almost none who live a full life flourish for all of it. A naturalistic explanation of this is readily available. If populations of organisms increase geometrically, and this leads to a competition for the resources necessary to survive, then it is inevitable that a large percentage of all living things will not survive long enough to thrive. Many more will barely survive, and thus languish for all or almost all of their lives, and even those organisms that do flourish for much of their lives will, if they live long enough, ultimately languish in old age. A Darwinian naturalistic world is inevitably cruel, especially to the young, the old, and the genetically less fortunate. But if theism is true, then facts about the flourishing and languishing of sentient beings are exactly the opposite of what we would expect. If God exists, then God would allow sentient beings to suffer or languish only if he had good moral reasons for doing so. In other words, think about the following question. Is there a moral justification for using natural selection to produce a world in which most living things never or rarely flourish because they have to compete with each other for survival. If naturalism is true, the answer to that question could be yes or no. But if theism is true, the answer has to be yes. And that's a really big coincidence that naturalism doesn't need. So the flourishing and languishing of sentient beings provides independent evidence for naturalism and against theism. Number six, naturalism is the best explanation for known facts about triumph and tragedy. There are three additional facts about good and evil which favor naturalism over theism. First, to paraphrase Paul Draper, our world contains much horrific suffering and relatively little glorious pleasure. As he puts it, indeed, triumph is the exception and tragedy the rule on our planet, where the deepest and the best aspirations of human beings are routinely crushed by a variety of circumstances beyond their control. Second, horrific suffering often destroys a person, at least psychologically, and prevents them from growing morally, spiritually, and intellectually. Third, many people do not seem to feel God's comforting presence during tragedies. Now, ask yourself, if God exists, why is there so much horrific suffering and so little glorious pleasure? Even after thousands of years of theological reflection, theistic philosophers still have no idea. They just assume that there must be a reason for God allowing evil. For example, Alvin Plantinga of Notre Dame University, one of the most influential theistic philosophers of our time, admitted many of the attempts to explain why God permits evil seem to me shallow, tepid, and ultimately frivolous. Naturalists, on the other hand, have a plausible explanation. There is no all-good, all-powerful, all-knowing being to intervene, and therefore facts about triumph and tragedy are much more likely on naturalism than on theism. Number 7, naturalism is the best explanation for the fact that human minds are dependent on the physical brain. Scientific evidence shows that human consciousness is highly dependent upon the brain. In this context, nothing mental happens without something physical happening. That strongly implies that the mind cannot exist independently of physical arrangements of matter. In other words, we do not have a soul. And this is exactly what we would expect if naturalism is true. But if theism is true, then it's possible for minds to exist without physical brains. Also, theism entails the existence of at least one unembodied mind, God. God's mind is not in any sense dependent on physical arrangements of matter. So the dependence of human minds on brains is evidence against the existence of any being who is supposed to have an unembodied mind, including God, and therefore the physical nature of minds is evidence favoring naturalism over theism. Number 8, naturalism is the best explanation for non-resistant non-belief in God. Imagine you're growing up in an orphanage and I told you I had met a man who claims to be your father and who really wants a relationship with you. Days, weeks, even months go by, but you never actually meet your father. You never get a card, letter, phone call. In fact, the only evidence that your father is alive is my claim that he exists. Why haven't you heard from him? Perhaps your father is ashamed for abandoning you. Or maybe he's a prisoner of war and his captors won't even let him write you. Although you hope your father is alive and wants to meet you, you remain skeptical. Just as you do not believe your father is alive and wants to meet you, there are people who do not believe that God exists. But notice that whatever reasons we might invent to explain your earthly father's absence do not explain their heavenly father's absence. At least some of the people who deny God's existence are non-resistant non-believers. As John Schellenberg explains, their non-belief is not in any way the result of their own emotional or behavioral opposition towards God or relationship with God, or any of the apparent implications of such a relationship. Such non-believers are open to having a relationship with God. In fact, they may even want it, but are unable to have such a relationship. But why, if God exists, does that happen? On naturalism, blind nature doesn't care whether anyone believes in God, and so the fact of non-resistant non-believers is hardly surprising. On theism, however, this fact is very surprising. On theism, we would expect a perfectly loving God to always make a meaningful relationship available to those he loves. Number 9, naturalism is the best explanation for ethical disagreement. The philosophical discipline of ethics is notorious for its controversy. Not only do philosophers disagree over general ethical theory, such as utilitarianism or deontological ethics, they also genuinely disagree about the morality of specific acts, like war, abortion, the death penalty, gun control, and sexual behavior. The problem is not just that people disagree about morality. The problem is also that theists, including Christians, disagree about morality. Now, this tends to be very awkward for the Christian. A Christian, at least if he admits that there is genuine ethical disagreement, has to believe both that God wants humans to behave morally and that he has left them in the dark about whether specific kinds of behavior are morally acceptable. On naturalism, however, there is no God, just impersonal nature. And impersonal nature gives us even less reason to expect moral agreement than theism does. So ethical disagreement is more probable on naturalism than on theism. So, in sum, we've seen 9 lines of evidence that naturalism is true. If Mr. Vandergrift wants us to believe Christian theism instead, then he's first got to provide evidence of his own for Christian theism, and then show that it somehow outweighs all of the evidence for naturalism. Unless and until he does that, the naturalist can hardly be blamed for agreeing with philosopher Delos McCown, who wrote, "The invisible and the non-existent look very much alike." Thank you.
All right. I'm going to cut to the chase. Dr. Craig has only 2 sources of historical evidence, in reality, the epistles and the Gospels. Point blank, my argument is the Gospels have no relevant value as historical sources, and the epistles don't tell us anything we can prove was unnatural. First up, the Gospels record myth, not history. I wanted to debate that subject with Dr. Craig today, but he didn't want to, so now I can only give you some examples proving my point, so I can leave room to discuss the many other topics in this debate. But I can assure you, if I had more time, these examples could be multiplied a dozen times over. One of the clearest examples of myth-making in the Gospels is the Barabbas narrative. According to Mark, the Romans occupying Judea had a custom of releasing a prisoner every year on the Jewish holiday, whoever the Jews voted for. So Pilate asks the Jews if they want him to release Jesus Christ. And instead, the chief priests convince everyone to ask for Barabbas instead, a convicted murderer who had rebelled against Rome. Now, there is no evidence the Romans ever had such a custom of releasing just any prisoner the Jews wanted. Nor is it at all plausible the Romans certainly would not let loose a murderer and a traitor, least of all because the very people who rebelled asked them to. But Mark's story clearly copies an actual ritual the Jews performed at their temple every year at Yom Kippur. 2 goats would be selected. One would be chosen to be the scapegoat, and all the sins of Israel would be placed upon it, and it would be released into the wild, to be claimed by the devil. While the other goat would be sacrificed, and its blood would atone for the sins of all Israel. Now, as it happens, Barabbas is a fake name. In Aramaic, it means son of the father. So here we have 2 sons of the father, Barabbas and Jesus. One who carries the sins of Israel, murder and rebellion, and is released to the mob, and the other whose blood atones for the sins of all Israel. So here we have a historically unbelievable story involving a man with a fake name that nevertheless carries deep symbolic meaning. By definition, that's a myth. This story has been constructed by the author for its symbolism. It's not a historical report of anything that actually happened. Now, there are many more examples like this surveyed in the works of biblical scholars like Randall Helms and Thomas Brody and Burton Mack and Jonathan Reed and Helmut Koester and many more. As scholars have long known, all the Gospels are filled to the brim with stories deliberately constructed for their symbolic and literary meaning rather than their historical verity. For example, one indicator of myth is the inclusion of implausibly convenient story structure, what literary scholars call deliberate irony. Mark, for example, has Jesus constantly talking about the reversal of expectation as the message of the gospel, teaching with many parables that the least shall be first, the high will be brought low, the meek shall inherit the earth, the poor shall be rich, and so on. So it's a rather implausible coincidence when the actual narrative of Mark's story is filled with remarkably convenient reversals of expectation. James and John, who asked to sit at the right and left of Jesus in his glory, are replaced by 2 thieves on his right and left at his crucifixion. Simon Peter, Christ's right-hand man, who was told he had to deny himself and take up his cross and follow, denies Christ instead and is replaced by a different Simon, Simon of Cyrene, a stranger who actually takes up his cross and follows. Likewise, contrary to expectation, Christ's own people, the Jews, mock their own Savior, while it is a Gentile officer of Rome who recognizes his divinity. And the male disciples abandon Jesus, while the women truly follow him and are thus the first to learn of his resurrection, proving again that the least shall be first, and on and on. Countless elements of Mark's story involve deliberately fabricated irony like this. Another indicator of myth is the construction of stories, even down to the specific details, using material from the Old Testament. It's well known, for example, that Mark constructs his crucifixion narrative using material from Psalm 22. The casting of lots for his clothes, Jesus' cry on the cross, the taunts of the crowd, all come from that psalm, often verbatim. But as I show in The Empty Tomb, Mark also constructed his empty tomb narrative using material from Genesis, Ecclesiastes, Chronicles, and Psalm 24 in a similar way. Another indicator of myth is the inclusion of deliberate parallels and inversions of other myths. For example, Luke tells the story of a man named Cleopas who journeys on the road from Jerusalem to Emmaus after the corpse of Jesus has vanished, when the resurrected Jesus appears to him and explains the secrets of the kingdom. Then he vanishes, and Cleopas goes on to proclaim what he was told. As it happens, the name Cleopas conveniently means tell all. In other words, proclaim. Moreover, this tale exactly emulates and in deliberate ways inverts a story already celebrated every year in Rome, and in that other story, a man named Proculus, whose name also means proclaim, journeys on the road from Alba Longa to Rome after the corpse of Romulus has vanished. And just like Jesus, the resurrected Romulus appears and explains the secrets of empire. Then he vanishes, and Proculus goes on to proclaim what he was told. In both stories, the men are journeying from east to west, toward the sea, along the path of the sun, from the city on a mountain to a city in a valley, and in both stories the distance of the road is exactly the same, 14 miles. These similarities are too numerous to be a coincidence. Again, this is deliberate symbolic fiction. And like many myths, the way the story is changed is the whole point. The similarities tell us what story to compare it to, while the differences tell us what the author wants us to learn from that comparison. Romulus told Proculus that if the Romans are virtuous, they will conquer the world. But Jesus told Cleopas that the virtuous will join a spiritual kingdom instead of a physical one. Romulus appeared in immense glory, as befit his message of glory, but Jesus appeared in humble disguise, as befit his message of humility. And while Proculus receives his gospel on the road to Rome, Cleopas receives his gospel on the road from Jerusalem. So while the old story implies all roads lead to Rome, the new story implies all roads lead from Jerusalem. In almost every detail, the stories are identical or exactly the reverse. Another indicator of myth is the reification of imaginary people into real people. In the Gospel of John, for example, a new character is invented, Lazarus, whom Jesus raises from the dead, an amazing event none of the other Gospels apparently had ever heard of. Suddenly he appears in John. In John chapter 11, this Lazarus is identified as the one whom Jesus loved, who is later cited as a witness for the details of the crucifixion and resurrection, again appearing in those narratives exactly where none of the other Gospels ever imagined him before. And yet we know this Lazarus didn't exist, for he first appears in Luke's Gospel as a fictional person in a parable, where Jesus tells a story about a rich man burning in hell who sees a dead beggar named Lazarus in heaven. So he begs God to raise this Lazarus from the dead so he can warn his living brothers to avoid his own hellish fate. The parable ends with God refusing, telling him, if they will not listen to Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded if someone rises from the dead. Notice what happens in John. He reverses the message of Luke's parable by having Jesus actually raise Lazarus from the dead, which convinces many people to turn and be saved. The very thing Luke's Jesus said wouldn't work. In fact, just as the rejected request in Luke's parable imagined Lazarus going to people and convincing them, John's Lazarus is then cited as a witness to the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus, specifically to convince people. Again, what Luke's Jesus said wouldn't work. John has thus reified a fictional character and integrated him into the story where he never was before, in order to argue against the particular message in Luke, seeking instead to persuade people with the very outcome Luke said wouldn't persuade them. Another indicator of myth is the acceptance of wildly contradictory versions of the same myth. For example, Matthew's Gospel wildly contradicts Mark's empty tomb narrative in almost every detail, elaborating it with incredible claims of posted guards and flying superhuman angels magically paralyzing people and hurling about tombstones. Again, in the empty tomb, I demonstrate where all these crazy changes came from. Matthew completely rewrote the empty tomb story in Mark in order to portray Jesus as a new Daniel in the lion's den, borrowing exact words, phrases, and details from the book of Daniel in order to construct this new story. Okay, I've only given you a few examples, but all the Gospels are full of mythical narratives like this, cover to cover, where stories are constructed symbolically, mining the Jewish scriptures and pagan myths for symbolic details. Histories are not written this way. These are myths, the telling of implausible tales that never happened, but are constructed with symbolic meaning. The Gospels routinely invent even very public events that never happened. Mark invents a darkness covering the whole world for 3 hours that no one else saw. Matthew invents a rock-splitting earthquake no one else noticed, as well as a horde of resurrected corpses parading into Jerusalem, leaving hundreds of empty tombs behind, which again no other author had ever seen or heard of, and on and on. As with these events, and Barabbas and the guards at the tomb, and so on, the Gospel authors routinely made up entire people and events, simply to communicate their message through symbols, metaphors, and parables. That means we can't trust anything they say is historical, since we know for a fact from these very examples and many others that they were writing symbolic fiction. We have no reason, therefore, to believe their empty tomb narratives or their appearance narratives were anything more than symbolic fiction as well. Even if some history is lost in there somewhere, having no other sources, we have no way of knowing which details are historical and which made up. And therefore, no evidence in the Gospels can be used to argue for the resurrection of Jesus.
Okay, let me see. I don't think it's going to take 10 minutes to disprove the existence of God. The atheist proposition is the following. Most of the time, it may not be said that there is no God. It may be said that there is no reason to think that there is one. That was the situation after Lucretius and Democritus and the original anti-theistic thinkers began their critique of religion. And I would just ask you all, ladies and gentlemen, to bear in mind a mild distinction while we go on. You may wish to be a deist, as my heroes Thomas Jefferson and Thomas Paine were, and you may not wish to abandon the idea that there must be some sort of first or proximate cause or prime mover of the known and observable world and universe. But even if you can get yourself to that position, which we unbelievers maintain is always subject to better and more perfect and more elegant explanations, even if you can get yourself to that position, all your work is still ahead of you. To go from being a deist to a theist, in other words, from someone who says, God cares about you, knows who you are, minds what you do, answers your prayers, cares which bits of your penis or clitoris you saw away or have sawn away for you, minds who you go to bed with and in what way, minds what holy days you observe, minds what you eat, minds what positions you use for pleasure, all your work is still ahead of you, and lots of luck. Because there's nobody, even Aquinas had to give it up. There's no one who can move from the first position to the second. So I could, and I'm actually strongly tempted to, I could leave it right there. But then it's not in my nature to let off a captive audience so easily. So I'll add a couple of things. The reasons why I am glad this is not true would, I suppose, be the gravamen of my case. Some people I know who are atheists will say they wish they could believe it. Some people I know who are former believers say they wish they could have their old faith back. They miss it. I don't understand this at all. I think it's an excellent thing that there's no reason to believe in the absurd propositions I just admittedly rather briefly rehearsed to you. The main reason for this, I think, is that it is a totalitarian belief. It is the wish to be a slave. It is the desire that there be an unalterable, unchallengeable, tyrannical authority who can convict you of thought crime while you are asleep, who can subject you, who must indeed subject you, to a total surveillance around the clock, every waking and sleeping minute of your life, I say of your life, before you're born, and even worse, and where the real fun begins, after you're dead. A celestial North Korea. Who wants this to be true? Who but a slave desires such a ghastly fate? I've been to North Korea. It has a dead man as its president. Kim Jong-il is only head of the party and head of the army. He's not head of the government of the state. That office belongs to his deceased father, Kim Il-sung. It's a necrocracy. A thanatocracy is one short of a trinity, I might add. The Son is the reincarnation of the Father. It is the most revolting and utter and absolute and heartless tyranny the human species has ever evolved. But at least you can fucking die and leave North Korea. Does the Quran or the Bible offer you that liberty? No. No. The tyranny, the misery, the utter ownership of your entire personality, the smashing of your individuality only begins at the point of death. This is evil. This is a wicked preachment. So, that's the first thing. Second, it attacks us in our deepest, most essential integrity. It's an insult to us in other ways. It says that we, you and I, could not, individually or collectively, decide upon a right action or a right thing without celestial, divine permission. We would not know right from wrong if we did not have heaven's permission to do so. Where else, how else could we know? Our human solidarity, our innate knowledge of right and wrong, our acute awareness of what is fair and what is unfair, what is just and worthless to us, these come to us also as gifts from the great unassailable dictator enthroned. What could abolish our integrity? What could abolish our honesty, our decency, our dignity more than that? The third, is a little more pragmatic. Religion is our first, that's why I'm so fascinated with it, it's our first version of the truth. It's our first attempt as a species. It's what we tried when we didn't know anything. We didn't know we lived on a spherical planet. We didn't know that our planet revolved around the sun. We didn't know that there were microorganisms that explained disease. We thought diseases came from curses or witches or ill-wishing or devils or dust devils. We didn't know anything from the childish, terrified, ignorant origins of our animal primate species. We come as origin. It's also our first attempt at philosophy, our first attempt at morality, our first attempt at healthcare, actually, but because it was our first, it is our worst. We now have better explanations for all these dreads, and we have cleared up all of these mysteries, yet we still dwell. And in some countries, in some societies, not just dwell, but live under a totalitarian regime that forbids us to think about the progress that has been made or denies us the knowledge that these advances have in fact occurred. So it has become, where once it probably was an aid to our survival, a really great peril to our continued ability to live as a civilized species. Thus, it seems to me that in point of its proposing of a totalitarian solution to what is after all a real problem, to its ghastly reliance upon the supernatural rather than the much more miraculous, much more beautiful, much more elegant, much more numinous, much more harmonious natural explanations. Think how much lovelier Einstein and Darwin are. Think how much more elegant and persuasive they are than the idea of the burning bush, or the demand that without circumcision there can be no redemption. Just picture it, and then I'll give you one final thought experiment. This is what you have to believe now, if you're a monotheist. Because we now know things we didn't used to know. We know that the human species could be as much as 200,000 years ago. Did it become separate from the Cro-Magnons and the rival pre-human species? Could be as little as 100. Richard Dawkins thinks 200,000. Francis Collins, who did the Human Genome Project, who's, by the way, C.S. Lewis kind of Christian, thinks 100,000. All right, I'll take 100. I'll take 100. Here's what you have to believe. For 100,000 years, humans are born as a primate species. Expectation of life, what, 25 years for the first few 100,000 years? First few tens of thousands years. Infant mortality, rife. Microorganism disease, terrifying. Earthquakes, volcanoes, extraordinary. And fights over land, over territory, over food, over women, over tribalism. Frightening too. For 96,000 years, heaven watches this. With folded arms, with indifference, with coldness. And then around 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, but only in really barbaric, illiterate parts of the Middle East. Not in China or where people can read or think or do science. No. In barbaric, illiterate, backward parts of the Middle East, it's decided we can't let this go on, we better intervene. And what better way than by human sacrifices and plagues and mass murder? And if that doesn't make them behave morally, we just don't know what does. If there is a single person in this room who can bring themselves to believe anything remotely like that, they convict themselves of being, first, very stupid, and second, very immoral. And thus, it seems to me that the case for divine intervention and for the supernatural falls, and that we should be glad that it's fallen. And thank you.
My dear Christian, you maintain that my future is either one of eternal happiness or one of eternal suffering, nothing in between. In order to experience this eternal happiness, you would have me believe that I must accept the proposition that not only does a God exist, but that this God fathered a child who grew into a man, who allowed himself to be sacrificed for sins that I committed against a God that I don't know is real. And if I choose to believe that these things are true with little to no evidence for them, then I will be rewarded with everlasting happiness. Many people live as ethically and as lovingly as they can, whether they believe these propositions or not. But the attempt to be loving and ethical does nothing to save our souls without the correct beliefs. So let's imagine something. Let's imagine that I choose to accept these propositions as being true, despite the deficit of evidence for them. If I spend an eternity in heaven with the knowledge that there are those I cherish, good people, loving people, who are suffering infinite torment because they failed to believe the propositions that I did, then it will not be an eternity of happiness for me. It will be an eternity of pain. If the circumstances of heaven are such that they afford me the ability to forget about my suffering loved ones, or to not care altogether, then it will not be me in heaven, but someone else. Something else. Something for whom I would have had a great deal of contempt and disgust when I lived on earth. Something without its free will. And finally, if my natural character is such that I need not be changed or manipulated into being comfortable with the fact that so many loving, ethical people are being unthinkably tortured for all of eternity, then perhaps, my dear Christian, I won't deserve to be there.
Okay, so let's begin with history. I'm going to mix it up a little. We'll end with science, but we'll start with history. And as the beginning said, I'm going to talk about gaudy religions. That means religions with gods in them. They all fall in the same way, and I'm going to focus mostly on the Western tradition, but you might start to see how these arguments will apply to even things like Hinduism and so on. Okay, so let's start with the grand picture of history, right? Imagine religions as species of animals, and you put animals in a big family tree, essentially, right, of how they started at one original species and that radiated out into various others, into branches and leaves and whatnot. Now think of religions in a similar way. the earliest religions date at least to 40,000 BC. Now, actually, we have evidence that goes even further back than that. But by 40,000 BC, we have shamanistic cave paintings and other things like ritual burials and things like that indicate that there was some sort of religion going on. 40,000 years BC, think about that. Now, the first priesthoods, we're looking at 10,000 BC when we have cities, or cities and villages and things where we have actual priesthoods established. So we've got 30,000 years where humans are walking around with religions and having religious beliefs before they even get priesthoods. But then finally they get priesthoods. It's still 8,000 years before Yahweh comes along and says, oh, hey, by the way, I am the one true God. And you see, of course, he does this in one tiny little place. I mean, he doesn't mention the fact that he exists to anyone but one tiny tribe of goat herders in one little place. And for another 1,000 years, even after that, he neglects to ever mention this Jesus character, right? So when you look at history, this Yahweh religion, this Yahweh-based religion, even Christianity, just looks like one among many. It makes no sense from the perspective of a cosmic deity who would, of course, been revealing the gospel from, year 40,000 BC. And all cultures, all history would show that this same God was sending the same messages to people in every culture and everywhere from as far back as we have any kind of evidence of religion. Even our written records go back to about 2000 BC, and yet there's no evidence of this having occurred. So history, just in the big picture, already refutes all religions, right? If there was any God-based religion, God would consistently be talking to people with the same message, the same belief system. But that's not what we see. What we see looks pretty much like human invention. Humans are making stuff up according to their local culture and happenstance of history. Now we skip up to look at Judaism. So we're going to start with Judaism because that's the first of the Western religions that's still around and has influenced the other major two. Now, in between 539 and 332 BC, Persia conquered Judea. Now, I want to point out, of course, that those of you who know geography, you can try to find Judea on there, the Palestine, the Holy Land, quote unquote. It barely shows up. I mean, it's basically almost just a piece of a red line of the border there. And compare that, of course, to the Persian Empire. Looks like the Persians had better gods, apparently. But the significance of that is that, the Persians, of course, that means Iranian. The modern-day country of Iran is the center of the Persian culture. It's where everything Persian came from. Zoroastrianism was the main Persian state religion of the time. When they conquered the Jews and hauled them off into slavery or into exile into other Persian cities, the Jews were much mixed up with and seeing basically the god system of this incredibly, enormously powerful empire that easily conquered them. And they said, well, they can't have a better God than we do, so we better get some of these cool God attributes pretty quick. And so they borrowed a lot of the ideas that the Zoroastrians had and added them to their religion. These are attributes of Judaism that did not exist before the exile. You won't find them in the Old Testament writings that were written before the Persian conquest. But afterwards, then you start to see it happening all throughout. This idea, first of all, of a war of a good God versus an evil God, of light versus dark, that was a Zoroastrian idea. The Jews did not have that. Before the Persian conquest, Satan was actually one of the right-hand men of God and was doing the will of God. So when Satan goes down to cause evil, he was doing it on orders from God. He's not an adversary in the sense of the enemy of God. But after that, of course, Second Temple Judaism started to acquire this idea of Satan as a rebel who took a legion of angels, rebelled against God, and was cast out of heaven, and now is responsible for all evil, and now all death in the world and so forth is this big struggle between the good God and the evil God, God and Satan and so on, which the Christians picked up. But that comes from Iran. That's a Persian idea. The idea that the world will end, that was not a part of Judaism before this conquest. The idea that God's justice would be realized in one great apocalyptic cataclysm, that was a Zoroastrian belief. That came from Persia. The Jews liked that idea. They adopted it. And, of course, they turned everything around so that it would be the Persians that God would melt and not the other way around. But the idea comes from the Iranian conquerors. The idea that this world would end by a river of fire being sent by God that will flow over the universe and burn everything up except the righteous, that's Zoroastrian, the idea of the great apocalyptic burning. A new, better world that will be created in its place, the future heavenly paradise kind of thing. That comes from Zoroastrianism. That wasn't originally a Jewish belief. And the idea then, the most crucially, that all the good people will be resurrected by God to live in that new world happily ever after. This idea of an eternal paradise life was not a part of Judaism before. When you died, you just died and stayed dead, basically. You were kind of like a vague spirit in the earth. They didn't have an idea of an eternal paradise or an eternal afterlife, but the Jews picked that up from the Zoroastrians, and it became a fundamental requirement of Judaism. Now, when you look at the Talmud, one of the requirements of being a Jew is affirming that you'll be resurrected. Everyone else is explicitly declared a heretic in the Talmud. And yet, that wasn't a Jewish belief. That was an Iranian belief picked up from the Persian cult of Zoroastrianism. So when you look at this, you realize that this is just man-made religion, right? This is not a single God who thought of all this stuff at the origin point of Judaism. There was no, you look at when God's communicating with Abraham in the Bible, he doesn't say, oh, by the way, the world is going to end at a certain time. I'm going to resurrect everybody. I'm going to burn everything. And there's this awful guy named Satan, and you need to watch out for him. That's not there, right? So all of that stuff gets added on later, and it's borrowed from a human-created religion of Zoroastrianism. So certainly this is a historical piece of evidence that shows that Judaism is not a God-oriented or God-originated religion. It's just another cobbled-together man-made thing. Now, other things, of course, you know there are failed prophecies in the Old Testament, but related to this idea of God, of the Zoroastrian influence on Jewish belief, I'm going to read one particular prophecy that is conspicuous for not having happened, therefore refuting the entire Bible, because they can't possibly be a supernatural deity communicating to these prophets if they get things wrong. And it's also pretty horrific here. And this shall be the plague, I'm going to read. This shall be the plague whereby Jehovah will smite all the peoples that have warred against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall rot away while they stand upon their feet, and their eyes shall rot away in their sockets, and their tongue shall rot away in their mouth. That's, by the way, where Steven Spielberg got the idea for Raiders of the Lost Ark, melting. Here it is. And the same plague shall befall the horse, the mule, the camel, the ass, and all the beasts that shall be in their camps. What do the animals do? That's kind of rude. And it shall come to pass that anyone that is left of all the nations that came against Jerusalem shall go up from year to year to worship the King, Jehovah of hosts, and to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. And it shall be that whoever of all the families of the earth does not go up to Jerusalem, that's all the families of the earth, if they do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, Jehovah of hosts, upon them there shall be no rain. And if the family of Egypt even go not up and come not, neither shall rain be upon them. There will be that plague too, don't forget, whereby Jehovah will smite the nations that go not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. This shall be the punishment of all the nations that go not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. Never happened. Failed prediction. But notice this idea of the apocalyptic end world, and also the idea of the Jews as the master race that the entire world will bow down to. They kept getting conquered instead by other nations like the Persians, the Greeks, and then the Romans. So consistently, history turned out exactly the opposite the way that God told them it would. And this, we see, even is connected to aspects of, oh, that's a shame. This is not coming through correctly. Well, I can't read the passage. The passage is hidden back behind there, and this isn't playing. Oh, I wonder if I can make it play. Let's see if this... No, I don't want to try it yet. So the passage that's behind there is a passage about how God's going to burn everything up, and there's a funny funny line in it in Malachi 4:1-3. Those who have mobile devices can look this up. And what he says there is that the Jews, the faithful of Jehovah, will be able to gamble as calves of the stall upon the ashes of the burned up victims, and step upon the skulls of their enemies. And let's see if this happens. But this is supposed to be an animated GIF from the Terminator, which is supposed to evoke. Let's see if it works. No, it doesn't work. Okay, so unfortunately you lose the video effect. But the joke was that I've heard this, I've seen this before. Oh, right, yeah. So that's Judaism. And you could go on and on about that, but the point is it's very easy to look at historical facts and show that it's a man-made religion. It doesn't have a pipeline to God. So it's not a divine thing. And so what they're saying about God is probably not true. But let's look at Christianity. Christianity originated as a Jewish sect, and what they did is the original Christians, is they took Judaism and they took this other fashion going on all around them and combined them to create a new version of Judaism, a sort of super Judaism. But notably, they did the exact same thing the Jews did when they were conquered by the Persians. They adopted all of these Zoroastrian ideas and made their religion different by incorporating this foreign culture that had conquered them. Well, this is exactly what the Christians then did, which is to say exactly what the Jews did again by creating Christianity, is they borrowed all of these ideas of these popular religions around them held by their conquerors, the Greeks and then the Romans, and created a new religion. And some of the gods that their new god or their revised sub-god would be based on, the son of God, right, is all of these sons of God, except the one on the end is a daughter of God. Osiris, Adonis, Romulus, Selmoxis, and Inanna are just the ones that we know for sure had resurrection cults prior to Christianity. There are many other similar gods that could be put into this category, but they're harder to date. Inanna, on the end, by the way, we have stone tablets dating back to 1700 BC, in which she is descends to the lower world, into what we would call hell, is stripped naked, put on trial in a kangaroo court, is stricken dead by a death spell, and then nailed up, basically crucified. And then her minions come down and feed her the food of water and life 3 days later, and she's resurrected from the dead and ascends to glory. Sounds like a similar tale we've heard before, right? But it gets repeated again and again and again in all these other gods, each time transformed. All of these stories of all of these gods are completely different from each other, but have the same similar structure behind them. And the ones that Christians would most be aware of are Romulus, for example. Roman state god, his death and resurrection was celebrated in annual passion plays, actually called passion plays. They were actually acted out, the death and resurrection of Romulus every year. It was a Roman state religion. Osiris, Egyptian god, those baptized, yes, baptized, into his death and resurrection are saved in the afterlife. Sound familiar? Zalmoxis is a Thracian, possibly Celtic god. His death and resurrection assures followers of eternal life as well. Zalmoxis was in Herodotus. Their cult is described in Herodotus, and Herodotus was one of the main school texts that would be used to teach how to write for advanced writers who are writing at the level of the writers we see in the New Testament, who are writing in Greek, which means we can be absolutely certain that the authors of the Gospels read Herodotus, because everybody read Herodotus if you learned how to write Greek that well. And therefore they would know about Zalmoxis. It would not be a coincidence. And of course, Egypt is right next to it, the Holy Land, quote unquote. Therefore, Osiris would be well known to them. And of course, they were conquered by the Romans, so they would be familiar with Roman ceremonies as well. But I want to caution, some of the gods that you hear on the internet and so forth as being dying and rising gods were not, in fact. Mithras is one of the common ones that you'll hear about. He's not a dying and rising god, but he does undergo a passion. There is a passion of Mithras in which he undergoes some sort of suffering or struggle through which he acquires victory over death, which he then shares with his followers who are baptized in his name. So there is the similarity is still there, it's just structured differently. Incidentally, all the Gospels of Mithras were destroyed, not preserved. The only closest thing we have hints and quotations and suggestions and descriptions in various places in various texts, but no complete gospel. And this is the only one we have. It's actually the picture Bible version. This is a comic book, essentially, of the story of Mithras from beginning to end, with the central event in the middle. But the thing is this is like having a picture Bible without having the text of the Bible. So we don't actually know what's going on in each scene because we don't have the description. But nevertheless, we can kind of make certain inferences of what was going on through it. But this is the closest we get to the Gospel of Mithras, is this stone comic book, in a sense. But what all these gods do have in common, including Mithras and the other ones, they are all savior gods. They are all the son of God, or daughter of God. Some of them are women. They all undergo a passion, using the exact same Greek word, by the way, which means suffering or struggle in that time. They all obtain victory over death, which they share with their followers. They all do this with some form of baptism or communion, or both. And they all predate Christianity. So what we're looking at here is just like the Zoroastrian scenario. This whole structural idea was borrowed and then added onto Judaism, and what you do when you take these elements and add them onto Judaism is what you get is Christianity, right? So once again, we see a man-made thing. And it wasn't a case where, like to Abraham, God revealed in the Old Testament that there's going to be this Jesus figure and he's going to, if you have faith in him, you're going to be resurrected and all of this stuff. This stuff doesn't appear until, coincidentally, when the Jews are conquered by a nation that has religions that have these elements. So it looks like man-made, not divinely made. So Christianity is just like Judaism, borrowed from other religions. Let's talk about evil. So I'm going to move on into a different period of history. It's another broad scope of history. Let's look at it that way. But we'll start with Epicurus, so given this famous line, is God willing to stop evil but unable? Then he is not powerful. Is he able but unwilling? Then he is not good. Is he both able and willing? Then how can there be evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Then why call him God? That was Epicurus, and as this meme says, atheists winning the argument since 300 BC. There's never really been a good answer to this. But we'll give one example, slavery. This photograph, I don't know if you've seen this before, it's quite famous. This was taken after the Civil War when slaves were freed in America, and this fellow wanted his wounds to be photographed and preserved for memory and disseminated so that people would see the incredible cruelty that American slavery involved. And these are Bible-thumping people, right? These are people who think the Bible is the shit. They did this to him. And this is appalling. How could any god stand by and watch this happening, much less watch it happening being done in his name with people citing his book, worshiping him, his actual worshipers, his actual followers, without saying a word? It's unbelievable. So
So what is the probability that a benevolent God would have a valid excuse not to say one heavenly word to his devoted believers about this ever in the whole of history, even worse in the time of American slavery? And what evidence do you have supporting that probability? If you're going to make up some excuse, how likely is it, and what are you estimating? What are you basing that estimate on? Those are the questions you would ask. But in reality, from our background knowledge of benevolent beings, because we know lots of benevolent beings, they're called humans. These humans who happen to be nice people, they're among the nice humans anyway, nice humans with the power to speak unharmed, who don't have to fear anything. I mean, if you're God, you're like Superman, you're invincible. You can't have your head cut off, you can't be shot, can't be burned. There isn't anything they can do to punish you. You can't have your job taken away, whatever it is. If you have no limitations on you that will prevent you from speaking, and you're a nice person, you have no valid excuse not to say anything. In fact, when we look at people, all the examples of other benevolent beings who are in the position of having the power to speak unharmed, a valid excuse not to speak is so rare, we never see one instance of it. And the word rare, by the way, means very infrequent, which happens to mean very improbable. And in fact, it's got to be at least millions to one against, because we know millions of benevolent people who are in this position who are vocally saying, condemning this kind of thing. If God is not doing it, then whatever excuse he has to be rarer than millions to one against. So that's one way to look at it. And of course, you know many other ways to design that argument in terms of pointing out that the excuses just don't hold up. All they do is make their theory more improbable rather than saving it. But I'm going to turn something around altogether. You've probably heard the philosophical moral argument, right? The morals only come from God. People believe there are morals, therefore God must exist, because where else would morals come from? Well, let's look at history. History actually refutes this. Let's treat atheism and theism as two different theories here. Atheism, as a theory, predicts that moral rules will only come from human beings, they will begin deeply flawed, and will be improved by experiment over thousands of years. Note, that is exactly what we observe. Slavery is just one example of many things where the moral rules were created by humans, they were deeply flawed, completely fucked up, one would say, and were improved gradually, very painfully, slowly by experiment over thousands of years. Therefore, atheism is vindicated by the historical record. Theism, as a theory, however, predicts a universe directly governed morally right from the start. In other words, the correct moral laws are disseminated immediately from the beginning. It would have been 40,000 BC, not 800 BC. But we would also possibly see the universe actually designed to be moral. We would have justice laws, stewardship of the world, enacting justice and mercy on God through God. We see none of these things. All of the things you would expect from a moral engineer are not there. But we observe no such laws built into the universe, no stewards or law enforcers but us, ever. So the theistic theory is completely refuted. Its predictions for history do not come true. It's falsified by history itself, whereas the predictions of atheism are completely verified. So the moral argument goes the other way around. So that's for morals. Now I'm going to talk about things, whether they're moral or not, but they still involve moral concern. Yeah, what ought you do after you wipe your butt? You wash your hands, right? Okay. Everybody knows this, except Jesus, by the way. In Mark 7, Jesus comments on the Jewish tradition at the time of washing your hands and washing your utensils before you use them for meals and washing your hands before you eat. And Jesus says, this is a human tradition. It's not in the Torah. God did not command it. Therefore, you don't have to do it. You do not have to follow this rule. He says that things that go into your mouth can't harm you. Only things that come out of your mouth are evil. And meaning words, of course, but and blasphemies. But the point being is that he clearly did not know about germs, right? This was the best teaching moment in the history of the human race, where if you're a divine being, the one thing you know, if you stumbled across a TARDIS and were able to teleport, in time back to here, and people mistook you for a god and were listening to you, what was one of the first things you'd tell them about is germs, right? Because there's millions of people, kids, women, men, are dying and suffering in horrible ways because they don't know about germs. And simple things, simple hygiene, just cleaning your hands could save countless lives. And you have this guy, Jesus, who's portrayed as going around randomly healing this or that individual isolated person, but doesn't do anything like cholera, done, gone. If it was a god, you could eliminate cholera as easily as laying on hands on the earth, right? Just no more cholera, done. That would be how God would do it. He wouldn't walk around town like a Benny Hinn clone trying to do faith healing acts. But the key thing here is that if Jesus was God or had any pipeline to God, surely he would know about germs and would teach and say, by the way, that is a tradition of men, but it's a really good one. It'll save lots of lives. In fact, you should do this more. And you should sterilize your instruments if you're going to engage in surgery. There's all kinds of things that you should know about. And by the way, water should be potable. You should make sure it doesn't have germs in it and so on and so forth. And clean your hands after you wipe your butt. But instead, Jesus seems to act like diseases are caused by demons inhabiting a person. In other words, he acts like the same primitive mindset of the time. So here we have conclusive evidence just in the Gospels themselves. Even if you treat them as literal books, Jesus is not God, because God would know about germs. So clearly God has not been talking to anyone. For all of these, this is just examples after example after example. There are many more one could go on. So history proves God's not been talking. Islam's no different. I mean, I'll briefly just say that the Quran also fails to mention germs, incidentally. So when the angel Gabriel was rambling on and on and on with these surahs to Muhammad, you'd think by the end Muhammad would be pissed off that Gabriel didn't at any time mention germs. I mean, that would have been really helpful information. By the way, also so would the printing press and a few other things. The Quran also endorses slavery, including sex slavery, which of course the Old Testament also does. And therefore the angel Gabriel thought slavery was really cool. Keep up with that. Like Judaism, God's promise of prosperity and superiority over all nations was also refuted by the opposite. I mean, almost all Islamic nations are failed states or economic disasters compared to much of the quote-unquote infidel West, which has all the power and wealth. Now, that doesn't indicate that we're morally better than them, but it does indicate that if we're going to talk about God's helping us out, it looks like our God's doing a better job than theirs. But I want to point out that all of these religions are the same religion. In fact, Christianity and Islam are just Jewish sects. They're all just different sects of the same one religion. They're all resurrection cults because they all teach basically the same thing and just differ on the details. Judaism says the world will one day be dissolved, the dead will be raised, and the loyal will become immortal. Christianity says the world will be dissolved, the dead will be raised, and the loyal become immortal. Islam says the world will be dissolved, and the dead will be raised, and the loyal become immortal. It's all the same religion. So let's just pick one and analyze it a little more closely. Now, I can't take credit for this, by the way. I'll read it in a moment, but this is a meme that went around on the internet ages ago. Someone else came up with it. They're pretty brilliant because it's spot on. This is the description of Christianity, dead honest. The belief that some cosmic Jewish zombie can make you live forever if you symbolically eat his flesh and telepathically tell him that you accept him as your master so he can remove an evil force from your soul that is present in humanity because a rib woman was convinced by a talking snake to eat from a magical tree. That is literally the Christianity that was being taught in its first, let's say, 1,800 years, almost 2,000 years of Christian history. Totally makes sense, right? Now, a lot of Christians say, well, okay, that sounds a little ridiculous. Okay, so I get you. That's crazy. So we can make this more sensible. And so we came up with a new and improved Christianity where all that Eve stuff, okay, rib woman, stalking snakes, okay, that's all baloney. We'll grant you that. We'll concede you that. But I still have an imaginary friend who magically manipulates the world for me, and he also magically impregnated a woman 2,000 years ago, and she bore him a son who underwent an ancient ritual of blood sacrifice in order to dispel a curse laid upon me, thus ensuring I will be immortal. Footnote, although I've never seen this work for anyone else before. Now, that's completely honest and correct analysis of Christianity, a description of it, and yet it looks absurd when you actually spell it out that way. But what if someone came up to you and said that they have an imaginary friend named Zalmoxis, who they insist is really real, and they'll never die, because this ancient demigod cleansed their soul with blood magic, which grants them the power of living forever in a magical place no one can see. That actually existed. That was the description of the Zalmoxis cult, which is attested in Herodotus, as I mentioned, 500 years before Christianity. So if Zalmoxis cult is ridiculous, Christianity is ridiculous because it's just the Jewish version of the same religion. But let's go to history more recent. Heaven's Gate cult. The Heaven's Gate cult was in California, and they committed suicide, mass suicide, believing that their souls or the information in their brains would be teleported into a spaceship. They thought they'd get new bodies in this alien spaceship that was flying by the Earth at the time, and yet this whole belief, this idea that when they die that they'll be resurrected in new superior bodies, that's the Christian belief. This is just the scientific version of Christianity. So you have them saying that they'll get new bodies in an alien spaceship flying by versus what the Christians say is that they'll get new bodies in a magical alternative universe. The weird thing is the Heaven's Gate cult makes more sense, right? Because in point of fact, they're talking about quantum teleportation and neural engineering, which are actual things that exist. We almost have the technology now. We can see how to build this technology within 50 to 100 years. We'll have it. It'll be a simple matter to simply copy a brain and rebuild it in another man-made body. All of that stuff is technology that's within human reach and within human understanding. So their idea actually made sense. There really could have been a flying saucer flying by. And if there was, and that those aliens probably could have scanned their brains and reproduced them in new, superior synthetic bodies on the ship. It's entirely possible. But compare this with what the Christians are saying. The Christians are saying not that. They're saying that God needs blood to fix the universe, but only his own had enough magical power to do it, so he gave himself a body and then killed it. Now, when you look at it like this, Christians are talking about voodoo and magic and stuff. They're not talking about anything that even has plausibility. The Heaven's Gate cult is actually more believable than Christianity. So if the Heaven's Gate cult is absurd, Christianity is absurd. So, okay, that all looks bad. But the usual thing is, can't we fix the plot holes with elaborate explanations? And I've misspelled explanations, I see here. Excanations? I was hoping there'd be a joke in there somewhere, but there really isn't. Can't we make excuses? But the thing is, if we have to make excuses, regardless of what they are, and our excuses have no evidence for them, in other words, and they don't, because that's why we're making them up, right, on the spot, and those excuses are very improbable, and they typically are, like having an excuse not to mention to your own devoted believers for thousands of years that they shouldn't be keeping slaves. If your excuses are very improbable, then your theory is very improbable. If you have to use an improbable excuse to tack that onto your theory, the improbability of that excuse then attaches to the theory, right? So the theory becomes as improbable as your excuse, or actually more improbable, because if you have multiple excuses, those improbabilities multiply, right? And those of you who know how to do basic probability math, basic multiplying of probabilities, you'll notice that this probability gets smaller, smaller, smaller exponentially. And the fact still is that God has never communicated any essential scientific knowledge, ever. No germ theory of disease is in the Quran, in the Old Testament, or the New Testament, for example, nor anything else that's significant like that. God has also never communicated any essential moral knowledge. For example, he completely dropped the ball on slavery. God has never even communicated any consistent religious knowledge of any kind, despite claims going on for 40,000 years, all these different religions, no consistency whatsoever. So these facts remain, no matter what excuses you make for them. And these three facts are exactly what you'd expect if there are no gods, but they're not at all what you expect if there are gods. Okay, so maybe we can grant that. What if God is a total douchebag then, right? Can't there be one of those? And at least then maybe, yeah, he doesn't care about germs or slaves. Maybe, yeah, he's totally pro-slavery. He wants us to die of diseases. He's a total awful asshole. Okay, but he could still exist, right? So you really haven't refuted God yet. So there's really two possible kinds of douchebag gods. The one is natural beings, which are aliens, computers, and things like that. We could be living in the Matrix right now, and the douchebag gods could be our AI agents or whatever. But we're going to rule that out because that requires positing two improbable universes to explain one of them. So that leaves us with the other kind of douchebag god, which is the supernatural being, the being that has irreducibly mental powers, a sort of a brainless, bodiless ghost mind that can just will things into existence. There are two hypotheses then left. The God hypothesis, which is that the universe was designed, by a ghost even, to produce life. The godless hypothesis, that the universe was not designed to produce life. And the first thing you look at is when you compare these two hypotheses is that we've done this comparison before, again and again and again. The explanation of lightning, the explanation of disease. Jesus thought it was demons. It actually turned out to be germs. And on and on and on. We have constant millions and millions of examples of where supernatural explanations were proffered and they turned out to be false, and natural explanations turned out to be true instead. Now, when you have a horse that wins every single one of a million races, and you have another horse that loses every single one of a million races, and they're about to go head-to-head in another race, which horse do you bet on? It's kind of a no-brainer conclusion, right? So even from the start, before I even continue, I could fold this and walk off stage and I'd be done, right? There's no probable basis for believing in any gods, even douchebag gods. But I'm going to go on because it's funny. Now, unfortunately, my animations aren't working, so I'll talk you through this slide. This is the history of life, right? So we've got 2.4 billion years. Life began, and then there were about 2.4 billion years after that, where life was just sitting around evolving as single-celled life. Now, in actual fact, single-celled life is over 6 times more evolved than plants and animals just by time alone, right? Animals have only been around about 0.6 billion years, in other words, 600 million years, whereas single-celled life has been around 3.7 billion years, so about 6 times more. So single-celled life, bacteria, for example, have been evolving 6 times more and longer than we have. So they're actually way more evolved than we are. But in fact, the rate of evolution for single-celled life is actually 500,000 times faster than for multi-celled life like animals, which means that single-celled life is actually many billions of times more evolved than your hand, for example. So single-celled life is badass. Now, that makes a lot of sense in terms of evolutionary theory, but it makes no sense in terms of God. God really likes bacteria. I mean, he spent most of his time working on those suckers, but very little of his time working on us. So what was God doing for the 2.4 billion years fiddling around? And he's got all these single-celled organisms. He doesn't know what to do with them. He can't even figure out that maybe they could work together to do something. And then eventually he comes up with the idea that, you know what, maybe they could congregate together and make more complex entities, like algae. Algae, that's clever. So he creates things like algae where multiple cells can cooperate. But he's still sticking around with those for a billion years before he realizes, oh, you know what, maybe I should have these cells differentiate their function so that we can have a more complex animal. Yeah, why didn't I think about that 3.4 billion years ago? Still couldn't figure it out, but eventually did, and he comes up with this differentiation of cells within a multicelled organism about 0.6 billion years ago. But then it takes him 500 million years to figure out apes, just apes, right? So he's tinkering around with mice and bugs and all kinds of this stuff, but no, it takes him a while to go, apes. Oh, right, maybe I should do something with those. And then even when he gets to apes, it takes him 4 million years more of tinkering before he figures out how to make people. What was he doing for 4 million years? God, these apes are really stupid. Why can't I fix them? They should be smarter than this. Oh, right, maybe I should do something with the brain. I don't know. When you look at this, you realize that this is exactly what we should expect if life is a natural product of random evolution. It would obviously take billions and billions of years for us to evolve. Obviously, single-celled life would have to evolve vastly longer in order to develop the intercellular machinery and complexity to actually start engaging in cooperation. And obviously, once you have cells engaging in cooperation, it would take a very, very long time for them to evolve the sophisticated machinery that would allow them to start differentiating tissues and therefore creating what we recognize as plants and animals. So this is exactly what we expect if there's no God. It makes no freaking sense if there is a God. Even a douchebag God would be more time efficient than this. So what does the godless hypothesis predict? This is what we would expect to see. If we are alive, if we exist, and there is no God, and the universe therefore had to have come about by random chance or whatever, what would we expect to observe? What could we predict about the universe we find ourselves in? The moment we open the door and look outside, what would we see? What we would see is that almost all of the universe will be lethal to life, right? If you pick random universes, you're going to get one that, you know, if it's a universe that's completely hostile to life, obviously that you're never going to be in that universe, right? Because if you're alive, you're not in that universe. So you would never observe that universe. The probability of that being outside when you open the door is 0%. But if the universe is randomly picked from among all the possible universes that could just by chance maybe produce life, then what you're going to see outside that door, if it's not been intelligently designed, is a universe that's almost entirely lethal to life, but life is just a very small, very rare occasional outproduct of it. Now, because we know, in this case, if life is not engineered, if it's not intelligently designed, it has to be an extremely improbable chemical accident. The right chemistry has to come together just the right way. So we know that's a cat. We have to concede that. That's true. If there's no God designing things, there's no designer, that's the only way life could come about. But we also know from probability theory that extremely improbable events almost always occur only in vast spaces and timescales. In other words, if an event is 1 billion to 1 against, but you have 1 billion events, right? So the odds of you having one of those events is actually quite high. So what you would expect to see outside that door is a really enormous number of failed attempts to create life and just one or a few random successes, because that's what you would normally appear to see if there's no design. But that's what we notice, right? This is what we look at. When we look outside that door, what we see is a universe that trudged along for 10 billion years before life began on Earth. We see there are trillions of galaxies, with billions of stars each, and many planets and moons on average per star. And that's just the part of the universe we can see, by the way. The universe is actually predicted to be many times larger than even the part we can see, so that trillions is probably a low estimate, a very low estimate of galaxies. And we notice that single-celled life, like I pointed out, evolved for 2 billion years before multicellular life arose from it. All of these things that we expect to see if life is a product of random chance and not a product of design. We could have predicted that without even knowing it before we looked outside the door. But it gets worse than that. When you look at the universe and map and catalog what's in it, 99.99999% of the universe is a lethal radiation-filled vacuum. Think about that. That's almost the entirety of the universe. It's just a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit that is not a lethal radiation-filled vacuum. So God really, really likes lethal radiation-filled vacuums if he's the designer. But it gets worse than that, because once you erase all of that and let's just focus on the stuff. Okay, there's very little stuff. It's almost all deadly space. But what's left, let's look at that. We just look at the material. 99.999999% of all the material in the universe composes stars and black holes on which nothing can live, right? Think about that. Like, most of the matter in the universe is dedicated to these gigantic things called stars and black holes that are vastly huger than planets. All that mass, and they are exactly the one place where life is not going to be found. They're incredibly lethal and hostile to life. You can't live there. And then, okay, so set aside all of that and just look at the tiny little crumbs that remain. 99.99999% of all the other material in the universe, space dust, asteroids, planets, moons, is barren of life or inhospitable to life. That's an extremely bizarre thing to observe for an intelligently designed universe that's supposed to be custom built to make life, right? This is actually the opposite of what we would expect then. But this is exactly what we'd expect to see the moment you open the door if there is no God, because the only universe we could be in is one like this. Or at least the probability is extremely high. That's what we'd see. And I want you to think about this in terms of scale. Imagine this house that I've got up here. Now imagine this house contains the entire universe that we know about, the entire known universe. The amount of volume in this house that would be hospitable to life, the rest of it is completely entirely lethal to life. The amount of volume that would be hospitable to life would be smaller than a single proton. Not smaller than a bacterium, even smaller than the proton in an atom in a bacterium. If you walked into that house, you see that it's almost entirely lethal to life, and you couldn't even find the one proton that life was living on in there. Would you conclude that the house was designed to create life or designed to be hospitable to life? No, you'd conclude the opposite. Now, it's worth pointing out that Aristotle actually thought the universe was much more conducive to life than this, and he described it a complete cosmos. In going all the way to the stars, it was completely inhabited and completely inhabitable. Aristotle's universe was 10 to the power of 30 times more hospitable to life than ours is, which means Aristotle is a vastly better engineer of universes than God would be, apparently. I think even a douchebag God could outdo Aristotle, but evidently not. So the results. We cannot predict any distinct features of this universe on the God hypothesis. Almost all the distinct features of it are unexpected. To the contrary, the God hypothesis predicts very different observations should be made, but we can successfully predict numerous very weird features of this universe, its vast size and its incredible lethality and all of that, on the godless hypothesis. In fact, the probability that the universe would look like this, the way I've described it, is 100% expected. It's exactly the universe we should expect to see the moment we look out the door. Now, so then what they'll come up with is, well, but fine-tuning is so improbable, and the universe requires fine-tuning. The problem is that their God requires more fine-tuning. In fact, they're proposing, first of all, they're proposing something we have no evidence of, a brainless mind, a mind without a body. We have no evidence that that's even a possible thing. So they're already off the rails from the start. But even if we grant them that, what they're proposing is that there is a mind that just happens to exist for no reason, that is at least as complex as a human mind, because he has to be at least as intelligent as a human and have at least as much knowledge as a human. In reality, of course, their God, they're imagining, is vastly greater than that and therefore vastly more complex. But if you're going to pick random soulless or random bodiless minds out of a grab bag of all logically possible bodiless minds, and you want to get something that's human, intelligent, or better, you're going to have to get information specificity equivalent to human or better. In fact, information specificity, the complexity of human intelligence, is in the vicinity of 10 to the power of 5 billion. So think about that, 10 to the power of 5 billion. That's extraordinarily unlikely. In other words, the attributes required for a creator are extraordinarily improbable attributes to have. Theology thus posits an even greater coincidence than a random universe. They want to explain a mildly finely tuned universe by positing a massively finely tuned God, and not explaining where that fine-tuning came from. And maybe they'll go to gods all the way down, like the turtle argument, but I think that's a losing way to go, and you know they won't go there. So here's the summary. No moral God is likely to exist on present evidence, quite clearly. Only very improbable excuses can rescue God from that. No supernatural causes or communications have ever been discovered, but millions of natural ones have. Excuses make no difference to the resulting probability. And the universe is contrary to predictions of any likely God hypothesis. Only improbable excuses make it fit. And the universe is exactly what is predicted by the godless hypothesis. Even really weird predictions come true. And that's the state of things, and that's where we get from science and history. So we could write Ulan Khulufad's book long before he actually is supposed to have written it, according to Douglas Adams. And I could say, well, that about wraps it up for God. Thank you.
If the resurrection never actually happened, then Jesus may be safely dismissed as just another interesting but tragic historical figure.
That is true. Sounds like investigation is in order. Dr. William Lane Craig is well known among modern Christian apologist circles, and has debated many high-profile skeptics like Lawrence Krauss, Sam Harris, Sean Carroll, Richard Dawkins, and the late Christopher Hitchens. With such credentials, when his Reasonable Faith Ministry posted a video series called Did Jesus Rise from the Dead?, my hopes were high for some quality scholarship and arguments.
Did Jesus rise from the dead? As we explore this question, we need to address two further questions. What are the facts that require explanation? And which explanation best accounts for these facts?
That's one way to look at it.
There are three main facts that need to be explained. Fact number one. The discovery that Jesus' tomb was empty is reported in no less than 6 independent sources.
Let's take a look at the first one Craig put on screen. 1 Corinthians 15, 3-5. It says,
that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, that he was buried, that he was raised on the third day according to the Scriptures.
Forgive me, but where do these verses attest to an empty tomb? The word tomb doesn't appear at all. It says Jesus was buried, but that phrasing can apply equally to burial in a marked grave, an unmarked grave, or even a mass grave, the kind that nearly all Roman crucifixion victims are thrown into, as it can any kind of tomb. The passage is entirely silent on the kind of burial. This passage attests to a resurrection, but it absolutely does not attest to a tomb of any kind, full or empty. So we're down to 5 alleged independent sources. Now let's look at the Acts passage. Well, at least this one has the word tomb in it, but it speaks only of David's tomb. That's from 1,000 or so years before Jesus. It says Jesus didn't decay, and again affirms a resurrection, but, again, literally nothing at all about a tomb for Jesus, full or empty. And even if it had mentioned an empty tomb, the Gospel of Luke and the Book of Acts are supposed to have been written by the same author, one the sequel of the other as a match set. They certainly wouldn't be considered independent sources. Speaking of independent sources, it is near universally acknowledged that Mark was a source for Matthew and Luke. Over 90% of Mark appears in these other books, very often word for word copying if you examine the original Greek. They are so similar that they're collectively called the Synoptic Gospels. These can no more be considered independent sources than a Harry Potter book, Harry Potter movie, and Harry Potter video game could be considered independent sources for the existence of Hogwarts School of Magic. The movie and the video game are obviously adaptations of the original book, so are useless to corroborate it. Matthew, Mark, and Luke aren't independent sources by any reasonable definition, which leaves the Gospel attributed to John. While some scholars make a compelling case that the author of John utilized a copy of Mark as a guide, for the sake of moving on, let's grant this one under protest and call Craig's 6 sources actually 2 sources. 2 theological sources that obviously derive from familiar oral tradition. What we have here is the first of many details to be accepted entirely on the basis of, for the Bible tells me so.
And some of these are among the earliest materials to be found in the New Testament.
If the earliest is most reliable, let's review the chart. This first one doesn't mention a tomb. The second one doesn't mention a tomb. The third one has a tomb, but doesn't have Jesus appear to anyone. These ones copied from Mark, but then added in some supposed appearances. By the time we get to this last one, it has all kinds of appearances and miracles and divine attributes, what scholars call a high Christology. This isn't early sources telling us about a resurrection. This is a pattern of legend that is growing over time.
This is important because when an event is recorded by 2 or more unconnected sources, historians' confidence that the event actually happened increases.
But since the alleged sources for the empty tomb aren't sources at all, and are most certainly not unconnected, shouldn't that arrow point downward as we lower our confidence?
Moreover, the Gospels indicate that it was women who first discovered that Jesus' body was missing.
The Gospels indicate, or the Bible tells me so.
This is likely historical because in that culture, a woman's testimony was considered next to worthless.
Well, in a court of law situation, women could not provide testimony. That doesn't mean that women were of no influence when it came to communal matters. We have no records to speak to this either way. But if we believe the early church history presented in the Bible, women were of great influence in the Christian community.
A later legend or fabrication would have had men make this discovery.
The gospel stories weren't crafted to convince a court of law. They were attempting to present a believable narrative that would be spread among common people. In the gospel stories, the women were the first to discover the tomb for the same narrative reason crime dramas have early morning joggers discover bodies in the park, or maid service discovering problems in hotel rooms. That's who we would expect to be first on scene. It was the responsibility of women, not men, to tend to the bodies, and according to the narrative, the disciples had fled. So for what reasonable purpose would random, upstanding, court-worthy men have been the first to go visit a sealed and guarded tomb? That would have made no sense. An immediate flag that the story was false. To have had men making the discovery would have made the story sound fabricated.
Our confidence in the empty tomb is further increased by the response of the Jewish authorities. When they heard the report that the tomb was found empty, they said that Jesus' followers had stolen his body.
Not only is this alleged response by Jewish authorities completely and entirely, for the Bible tells me so, it's not even one of the details attested in multiple Gospels, like the kind Craig thinks we should have confidence in. This plan to blame the disciples for stealing the body is mentioned only in Matthew 28. In the chapter before, Matthew 27, we get the one and only report about Jerusalem zombies.
The bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to many people.
Perhaps one can make excuses why Jesus' resurrection isn't covered by any historians at the time. But does it make any sense at all that many people came out of their tombs, started wandering around a major city, and appeared in public to many people, and the historical documents of the day say nothing about such an event? Does William Lane Craig think that this event took place?
This would be part of the typical sort of apocalyptic symbolism to show the earth-shattering nature of the resurrection, and it needn't be taken historically literally.
He does not. And yet we're supposed to take the conspiracy story with the guards at face value in the very next chapter? And how is the gospel writer supposed to have even been on hand to hear these exact quotations from those perpetrating the cover-up? This isn't a fact to be explained, it's a "for the Bible tells me so" story element.
Most scholars, by far, hold firmly to the reliability of the biblical statements about the empty tomb.
That certainly sounds compelling, but I have this habit of wanting to check the context of a quote before I make an assumption about what it means. But I had a bit of trouble finding this one, because the video inexplicably decided to change it. It was in William Lane Craig's own book, Reasonable Faith, Christian Truth and Apologetics, that I found Kremer's comment. By far, most exegetes hold firmly to the reliability of the biblical statements about the empty tomb. Why did the video deliberately change exegete to scholar? What is an exegete? It's someone whose job it is to interpret Scripture. Would it come as any surprise that a Scripture interpreter affirms the statement in Scripture? These are people who start off accepting the text as divine, and from there are trying to discover theological nuance within it. Should we be asking what historians think about this alleged historical fact? Like many, Craig's book defers to the expertise of Gary Habermas, possibly the world's most prolific author and researcher of all things resurrection and champion of the minimal facts argument for the resurrection. But in a 2012 paper for the Southeastern Theological Review, Habermas insists that he does not consider the empty tomb to be an established historical fact. I have never counted the empty tomb as a minimal fact. It is very obvious that it does not enjoy the near unanimity of scholarship. From the very beginning of my research, I have been very clear about this. I just quoted someone, so you should please investigate for yourself to see if I used it in context. So why does William Lane Craig, a philosopher, go against the leading scholarships who are on his side? The empty tomb is not a fact. It's in the category of the Bible tells me so.
Fact number 2. The appearances of Jesus alive after his death. In one of the earliest letters in the New Testament, Paul provides a list of witnesses to Jesus' resurrection appearances.
Craig is referring to 1 Corinthians 15 here. It's worth noting that Paul prefaces this list by saying,
"For what I received I passed on to you as of first importance,"
a phrase that has virtual unanimity, that Paul is merely repeating a creed, a memorized saying that Paul heard. Paul cannot possibly corroborate this list. He's merely passing along what others have told him.
He appeared to Peter, then to the 12. Then he appeared to more than 500 brothers at one time. Then he appeared to James, then to all the apostles. Finally, he appeared also to me.
According to Paul's own words in Galatians 1 and 2 Corinthians 12, when Jesus appeared to him, it was in a revelation, a vision that he explicitly would not affirm was in the body.
It may be taken as historically certain that Peter and the disciples had experiences after Jesus' death in which Jesus appeared to them as the risen Christ.
I'm excited that a Gerd Ludemann quotation is used here, because Ludemann is not a Christian and does not believe that Jesus rose from the dead, so his words can add some credibility here. However, we should note that in this quotation, Ludemann does not affirm that Jesus actually appeared. Ludemann merely says that the disciples had experiences, for Ludemann affirms the view that all post-resurrection appearances were hallucinations in one form or another. Ludemann doesn't affirm what Craig posits. This is a quote mine, and quote mines are dishonest and should be beneath any truth-seeking Christian. More honest men, like Habermas and Lycona, agree that it is the disciples' belief in appearances that is the fact. Actual appearances cannot be considered a fact. It's for the Bible tells me so.
Fact number 3. The disciples' belief in the resurrection.
That's just what I said. This is what you should have called fact number 2. So, these are the same thing.
After Jesus' crucifixion, his followers were devastated, demoralized, and hiding in fear for their lives.
There is no corroboration for this outside the New Testament. What happened to the disciples is purely, for the Bible tells me so.
As Jews, they had no concept of a Messiah who would be executed by his enemies, much less come back to life. The only resurrection Jews believed in was a universal event on Judgment Day after the end of the world, not an individual event within history.
If we take the Gospels at face value, Jesus and the disciples were already diverging wildly from traditional Jewish beliefs like what can be done on the Sabbath. Their leader was constantly at odds with Jewish religious leaders. Why would they suddenly revert back to being beholden to Jewish tradition? Peter and the others were heavily invested in Jesus. Since we're speculating, maybe they didn't want to go back to fishing and came up with a way to keep their new occupation going. Equally plausible.
Moreover, in Jewish law, Jesus' crucifixion as a criminal meant that he was literally under God's curse. Yet somehow, despite all of this, the disciples suddenly and sincerely came to believe that God had raised Jesus from the dead.
This is a commonly held myth, but we actually have no record from any of the 12 that they came to believe this. Other than Peter, who probably met Paul at some point, the 12 disappear entirely from history when Jesus dies. The idea that they were convinced, had their lives changed, or even participated in evangelism of any kind is entirely, for the Bible tells me so.
They were so completely convinced that, when threatened with death, not one of them recanted.
As I said, we don't have records of them recanting because we don't have records about what happened to the 12 at all. Well, there are 2 conflicting reports about Judas' death in the Bible, and Acts says that James was killed by King Herod without any further detail. But for the remaining 10, there are no reliable sources that tell us how any of them died, or that any of them were threatened, let alone that even a single one of them was given a chance to recant, or how they might have responded. This persecution idea is a centuries later tradition that isn't even in the Bible, but it's thrown out by apologists so often that people assume it's true. This one isn't even for the Bible tells me so, because it's not even biblical. I beg you to look this up for yourself. We don't know what happened to the disciples.
These 3 firmly established facts.
The Bible, and not even the Bible. Though people like Craig try to get away with this one by including early converts as disciples, because it's a vague word with lots of uses. But these early converts were not the 12, and were not personal eyewitnesses to anything. This is just an acknowledgement that believers believed.
Cry out for an adequate explanation. How do you make sense of them? Down through history, various naturalistic explanations have been offered to explain away these facts. The conspiracy hypothesis, the apparent death hypothesis, the hallucination hypothesis, and so on.
Okay, there are 5 potential explanations on the board. For some reason he didn't read legend hypothesis, and lumped it in with and so on, but I'm looking forward to seeing how Craig deals with it.
Let's examine the 4 most popular ones.
Wait, the 4 most popular? Why aren't you addressing legend? I guess you've done some kind of research on popularity.
First, the conspiracy theory. According to this view, the disciples faked the resurrection. They stole Jesus' body from the tomb and then lied about seeing Jesus alive, thereby perpetrating the greatest hoax of all time. However, Jews had no concept of a Messiah who would be defeated and executed by Israel's enemies, much less rise from the dead.
We talked about this. We know that early Christian adherents differed from traditional Jewish thinking on all kinds of things. Differing is how denominations and religions split. Happens all the time.
The conspiracy theory also fails to address the disciples' obvious sincerity. People don't willingly die for something they know is not true.
We don't know of anyone who could have known personally if Christianity was true and could have saved their lives by recanting. None.
For these and other reasons, no scholar defends the conspiracy theory today.
If no scholar defends this theory, how is it in the 4 most popular? Why did we spend time on this?
A second attempt to explain the facts is the apparent death theory. Jesus didn't really die. He revived in the tomb, somehow escaped, and managed to convince his disciples he was risen from the dead.
This is sometimes called the swoon theory. I can't even find the last time this was used by a skeptic. It's been hundreds of years since this was seriously put forth.
As a result, no New Testament historians defend this theory today.
And yet this was among the top 4 most popular that needed addressing?
A third explanation is the displaced body theory. Perhaps Joseph of Arimathea placed Jesus' body in his tomb temporarily because it was convenient. But later, he moved the corpse to a criminal's common graveyard.
I've never even heard this one before. Who's proposing this?
Once again, this theory cannot make sense of the facts. Jewish laws prohibited moving a corpse after it was interred, except to the family tomb.
It can't have happened because it was against the law? Is that how you would do police work, William? You can't have been robbed, Mrs. Jones, because stealing is against the law. You must have broken your own windows and just misplaced all your jewelry. Keep looking.
What's more, the criminal's graveyard was located close to the place of execution.
I'm very excited that Craig acknowledges that the place most crucifixion victims were buried was a mass grave. That is absolutely what happened most of the time, and for an exception to be made for Jesus would have been an exceptional circumstance. Now, Josephus the historian indicated that such mass graves were typically out of town, not close by, but I'm not going to get picky on this point. Craig is right. There were criminals' graveyards, and that is where we would expect Jesus' body to be.
So that burial there would not have been a problem. Also, once the disciples began to proclaim Jesus' resurrection, Joseph would have corrected their mistake.
Well, that Joseph of Arimathea was a real person who existed in history is attested to only in the Bible. The entire tomb story is entirely, for the Bible tells me so.
So, once again, no current scholars endorse this theory.
But scholars do endorse a much simpler version of this, that Jesus was immediately put into a mass grave, just like the vast majority of crucifixion victims. We know that it is precisely the most common case. Instead of debunking yet another theory Craig admits that no one holds, why is he afraid of scenarios that skeptics do actually hold?
Finally, the hallucination theory. The disciples didn't really see Jesus, but just imagined that he appeared before them. They were all hallucinating.
It's important to clarify that proponents of some form of hallucination theory vary on how many people would actually have had to hallucinate. When Craig says they were all hallucinating, it could really be as few as 1 or 2 people.
This theory also faces considerable problems. First, Jesus appeared not just one time, but many times.
This is a claim of the Bible, not an established historical fact.
Not just in one place, but in different places. Not just to one person, but to different persons. Not just to individuals, but to groups of people. And not just to believers, but to unbelievers as well. There is nothing in the psychological casebooks on hallucinations comparable to these resurrection appearances.
Well, that's simply not true at all. Post-bereavement hallucinatory events, where people with no history of mental illness or psychological problems report interacting with the recently deceased, are common, widely documented, and well studied in papers like these. Mass hysteria, not mass hallucinations, but mass hysteria, where reports of the fantastical spread in such a way that groups of people will internalize and genuinely believe they were witnesses to something, even though it can be confirmed that they were not, or that the event didn't happen at all. See papers like these. There's an entire line of study of post-traumatic stress hallucination papers like these. There's a line of study around the role of guilt in hallucination, of the kind that the Apostle Paul may have felt after being a persecutor of Christians. Again, see papers like these. The research here is extensive, Craig. For you to wave your hands and say there's nothing in psychological casebooks is not only demonstrably wrong and transparently disingenuous, it's frankly irresponsible.
Finally, this theory doesn't even attempt to explain the empty tomb.
Well, no. Because even the world's leading resurrection researchers, like Kona and Habermas, will admit that the empty tomb can't be labeled a historical fact.
Thus, the 4 most popular naturalistic theories fail to explain the historical facts.
Again, historians do not consider these first 2 to be facts. They're details in a story, no different than attempting to use a zigzag scar and an invisible cloak as evidence that the events of Harry Potter are historical. And this third fact is entirely just people who believe that Jesus rose from the dead believed that Jesus rose from the dead. That's just a statement with no explanatory power. No different than saying people who think they were abducted by aliens think they were abducted by aliens. With Craig's line of argumentations, we're left entirely with the question, do you believe that the Bible is a reliable source? If you do, then this entire video was hand-waving that doesn't matter. The Bible says Jesus arose, so there's no need to separately affirm a tomb, appearances, transformed lives, earthquakes, curtains, or any of that. If you believe the Bible, you believe the Bible. End of story. If you don't think the Bible is a reliable source, well, there's nothing in this video for you. You too are left exactly where you began. Either way, this video and line of argumentation will change the mind of exactly no one.
Where does that leave us?
Well, that leaves us with you completely ignoring the explanation on the board that is actually held by skeptics. That the resurrection is a legend. That the details you're attempting to explain are merely part of a tall tale that grew. Why did you spend time on theories that no one holds, and ignore this obvious answer that is widely held? If Christianity is true, why misrepresent the position and fail to address the main objections? By using altered quotations, conflating definitions, presenting misleading statements, and avoiding the primary objections, you have made your position look all the weaker. It's almost as if this video is only for current believers who haven't given their position any serious thought.
So how do you explain the resurrection?
It's funny you should ask. I recently posted a video called How Christianity Probably Began Without a Resurrection. It's shorter than William Lane Craig's, so I hope you'll take a few minutes to see how all the pieces can fit together without any distortion of facts or history. See you there.
Let me then, for the first opening statement, invite to the podium Sean Carroll.
Thank you, Philip. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Before getting into the debatey part of the debate, I wanted to recognize that while it's absolutely true that we disagree, the two sides of the debate, we have things that are very, very important that should be clarified, upon which we have very, very different points of view, it's also true that we come here for similar reasons. We share concerns. We're asking the same kinds of questions. What is the fundamental nature of reality? What is humankind's role in the cosmos? And this is why I will always remain stubbornly optimistic that through discussion and reason and rationality, we can actually make progress towards at least understanding, if not agreement, which is why I love debates like this. I think that they are a very good thing to have. Having said that, religion and science have gone their separate ways over the years. 500 years ago, this debate would not have been held. There was no demarcation between what we would now call science and what we would call religion. There was just attempts to understand the world. And what happened is that science came about by developing techniques, methodologies for gaining reliable knowledge about the world. And the reliable knowledge that we got was incompatible with some of the presuppositions of religious belief. The basic thing that we learned by doing science for 400 years is something called naturalism. The idea that there is only one reality, that there are not separate planes of the natural and the supernatural, that there is only one material existence, and we are part of the universe. We do not stand outside of it in any way. And the way that science got there is through basically realizing that human beings are not that smart. You are not Vulcans. You're not Mr. Spock. You're not perfectly logical. We as human beings are subject to all sorts of biases and cognitive shortcomings. We tend to be wishful thinkers and to see patterns where they're not there and so forth. And in response to this, science developed techniques for giving ourselves reality checks, for not letting us believe things that the evidence does not stand up to. One technique is simply skepticism, which you may have heard of. Scientists are taught that we should be our own theory's harshest critics. Scientists spend all their time trying to disprove their favorite ideas. This is a remarkable way of doing things that is a little bit counterintuitive, but helps us resist the lure of wishful thinking. The other technique is empiricism. We realize that we are not smart enough to get true knowledge about the world just by thinking about it. We have to go out there and look at the world. And what we've done by this for the last 400 years is to realize that human beings are not separate, that the world is one thing, the natural world, and it can be understood. This is very counterintuitive. This is not at all obvious, this naturalism claim. When you talk to a person, they have thoughts and feelings and responses. When you talk to a dead person, a corpse, I hate to be morbid here, but you don't get those same responses, those same thoughts and feelings. It's very natural, very commonsensical to think that a living person possesses something that a corpse does not. Some sort of spirit, some sort of animating soul or life force. But this idea, as it turns out, does not stand up to closer scrutiny. And a big step towards realizing this was made back in the 1600s by a remarkable woman named Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia. They made princesses differently back in the 17th century. Elizabeth carried on a years-long correspondence with René Descartes, who famously tried to develop a theory of mind-body dualism. And Elizabeth said, I don't understand what you're saying, because if you really believe that the mind is in a separate realm from the body, My mind makes a choice to lift my arm, but it's my body that does it. How does the immaterial mind that you say doesn't exist at a location in space, how does it act causally on the body? How does it interact with the stuff out of which you are made? And Descartes never came up with a reliable, believable response to this objection. Of course, these days, the objection is enormously stronger. We would say, you are made of atoms. You are made of cells, which are made of molecules, which are made of atoms. And as physicists, we know how atoms behave. The laws of physics governing the behavior of atoms are completely understood. You put an atom in a certain set of circumstances. If you tell me what those circumstances are, as a physicist, I will tell you what the atom will do. If you believe that the atoms that are inside your brain and your body act differently because they are in a living person than if they are in a rock or a crystal, then what you're saying is that the laws of physics are wrong, that they need to be altered because of the influence of a spirit or a soul or something like that. And that may be true. Science can't disprove that, but there is no evidence for it. And you get a much stronger explanatory framework by assuming that it's just atoms obeying the laws of physics. That kind of reasoning is a big step toward naturalism. Another big step also happened in the 1600s when Galileo came upon the idea of conservation of momentum. And you might say, why does conservation of momentum get in the way of my belief in the existence of God? But it does. Because before Galileo came along, physics was described by Aristotle. And Aristotle said something very obvious and commonsensical, that if you want something to keep moving, you need to push it. Things naturally come to rest, left to their own devices. But if you look at the world, you realize that things are moving all over the place. So Aristotle very logically eventually concluded that you need to invoke the existence of an unmoved mover, which can be identified, of course, with God. But then, of course, Galileo comes along and says, actually, the natural behavior of matter is to keep moving at a constant velocity. Motion is perfectly natural. When things stop, it's because you are acting on them through friction or air resistance or dissipation. And then Isaac Newton comes along and builds an elaborate edifice of mechanics which explains the world beautifully in purely material principles. And it's very, very interesting. Once that happened, you realize that the prime mover argument doesn't work as well, and you can actually see a change in the theological literature of the time. Before Newton and Galileo, there was emphasis put on ideas of prime movers and first causes, arguments from cosmology and contingency and so forth. After Newton and Galileo, the argument emphasized something else, the argument from design. People would say, well, sure, you can explain the planets moving, that's easy, but all of the life forms, the marvelous diversity of life here on Earth, that had to be made by some guiding external intelligence. In fact, in the 1700s, Immanuel Kant said, there will never be an Isaac Newton for a blade of grass. Then, of course, in the 1800s, we got an Isaac Newton for a blade of grass. His name was Charles Darwin. Darwin showed how material, matter all by itself, without guidance, without purpose, without an aim, just by the natural motion of ordinary things, can lead to the marvelous diversity of organic life that we see here on Earth. That was another huge step in the direction of naturalism. Now, of course, I could go on. We could talk about modern cosmology and the origin of the universe. We could talk about neuroscience and what consciousness is and so forth. But I don't want to do that right now. We can maybe talk about it later. But I don't want to do it right now basically because it's kind of boring. And the reason why it's kind of boring is because the argument is finished. The debate is over. We've come to a conclusion. Naturalism has won. If you go to any university physics department, listen to the talks they give or the papers they write. Go to any biology department, go to any neuroscience department, any philosophy department, people whose professional job it is to explain the world, to come up with explanatory frameworks that match what we see. No one mentions God. There's never an appeal to a supernatural realm by people whose job it is to explain what happens in the world. Everyone knows that the naturalist explanations are the ones that work. And yet, here we are. We're having a debate. Why are we having a debate? Because, clearly, religion speaks to people for reasons other than explaining what happens in the world. Most people who turn to religious belief do not do so because they think it provides the best theory of cosmology or biology. They turn to religious belief because it provides them with purpose and meaning in their lives, with a sense of right and wrong, with a community, with hope. So if we want to say that science has refuted religion, we need to say that science has something to say about those issues. And on that, I have good news and bad news for you. The bad news is that the universe does not care about you. Qua universe. Don't take up my time. I'm in a hurry here. The universe is made of elementary particles that don't have intelligence, don't pass judgment, do not have a sense of right and wrong. And the fear is, the existential anxiety is that if that purpose and meaningfulness is not given to me by the universe, then it cannot exist. The good news is that that fear is a mistake, that there's another option, that we create purpose and meaning in the world. If you love somebody, it is not because that love is put into you by something outside. It's because you created that from inside yourself. If you act good to somebody, it's not because you're given instructions to do so. It's because that's a choice that you made. This is a very scary world. You should be affected at a very deep level by the thought that the universe doesn't care, does not pass judgment on you. But it's also challenging and liberating that we can create lives that are worth living. I've never met God. I've never met any spirits or any angels, but I've met human beings. Many of them are amazing people. And I truly believe that if we accept the universe for what it is, if we approach reality with an open mind and an open heart, then we can create lives very much worth living. Thank you.
He is the founding publisher of Skeptic Magazine, executive director of the Skeptic Society, a monthly columnist for Scientific American, and the author of The Believing Brain. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Shermer.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to start off with a thought experiment. Imagine you're a hominid on the plains of Africa 3.5 million years ago. You're a tiny little Australopithecine afarensis, little brain. Your name is Lucy. Thank you. A lot of people in the Midwest don't get that. Evolution? What? Not that Lucy, the other one. And you hear a rustle in the grass. Is it a dangerous predator, or is it just the wind? If you think that the rustle in the grass is a dangerous predator, and it turns out it's just the wind, you've made a type 1 error in cognition. You've a false positive. You thought the wind was connected to something and it wasn't. A was connected to B and it wasn't. So that's a false positive, but that's relatively harmless. But if you think that the rustle in the grass is just the wind and it turns out it's a dangerous predator, you're lunch. Congratulations, you've just been given a Darwin Award for taking yourself out of the gene pool early before reproducing. And we are the descendants of those who are most likely to make type 1 errors, false positives, versus type 2 errors, false negatives. That is to say, why can't you just stay in the grass and collect enough data to get the answer right? And the answer is that predators don't wait around for prey animals to collect more data. That's why they stalk and sneak up on their prey animals, so they can't get enough data. So we evolved the propensity to make snap decisions and make one kind of error more likely than another kind of error. And that kind of error, that false positive, that's superstition. That's magical thinking. That's assuming A is connected to B. It's a true pattern and it isn't, and you're wrong. That's the basis of finding false patterns like God's. Now, what's the difference between the wind and a dangerous predator? The wind is an inanimate force. A dangerous predator is an intentional agent. And his intention is to eat me, and that can't be good. So what we also do, in addition to finding these meaningful patterns, is infuse in them agency. That is, it's alive, it's real, it has intention, and its intention is not good, so I better assume it's real. And this is the basis of animism and spiritism and polytheism and monotheism and the belief in angels and aliens and demons and spirits and poltergeists and gods. Gods are invisible agents who run the world, who control things, who create these patterns, who are these patterns that we use to explain things. All cultures everywhere in the world have created God beliefs. Gods with these intentional that are intentional agents. We now have a lot of evidence from cognitive psychology that this begins at a very early age, perhaps as early as age 2 or 3. I'll just give you one experiment among many. Jesse Baring's research with little children who are brought into a room and they're given one of these little balls with Velcro on it, and you throw it at the dartboard and it sticks on it. That's the goal. So they're brought into the room, but they're not allowed to just do that with their good hand. They're turned around and they have to do it backwards. So they're really bad at it. as any of us would be. And then the experimenter leaves the room, and he says, just do the best you can and come out and tell me how you did. So, of course, they all walk up there and just stick it on the thing, right? All right. Part 2 of the experiment. The little children are brought in, and each of them is told, right next to the dartboard is a chair here. On the chair is Princess Anne. She's an invisible princess, and she can see everything you're doing. Experimenter leaves the room. All of a sudden, the children stop going up to cheat. The shadow of enforcement, the sort of infusion of agency of an invisible being in a chair that sees what we do, keeps track of our moral behavior, begins at a very early age. Our brains have evolved this capacity for agency. That's the earliest God beliefs. Okay, next line of evidence. Here's what happened about 5,000 to 7,000 years ago. These animistic, simple God beliefs and sort of social religions that evolved to help us live together as a social primate species began to break down as populations grew from a couple dozen to a couple hundred individuals to thousands, tens of thousands, millions of people in state societies, from bands and tribes to chieftains and states. We needed some more formal means of behavior control and enforcing the rules of social cooperation. 2 institutions evolved for that: government and religion. Government says, here's a copy of the rules, everybody gets one, and here's the punishments if you break the rules. Religion says, if you think you got away with it and you cheated the state, nuh-uh. There's an eye in the sky that knows all and sees all, and in the next life, justice will be served. That's a very powerful force for social control. Again, if it happens with little kids, you can do it with adults, which is what churches are all about. So that's the modern version. That's what happens with that. We get this a lot. How do you explain this or that? I think people's experiences are real. Absolutely. I think most people don't just make up stories, although some do. Most people, when they experience, or they describe some miraculous, fantastic spiritual experience that they've had, they really mean it. Now, so the question is, what does it represent? Something out there in the world or something inside the brain? Well, we now know enough about neuroscience to know that the brain does generate a lot of these kind of spiritual experiences, near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, sense presences, hallucinations, delusions. There's whole books about this, and so the experiences are real. What we want to know as scientists is, well, what do they actually represent? I mean, we know we can replicate these in the lab by doing certain things and causing people's brains to have these experiences. So most likely, the what's more likely question, that it's out there or that it's in here, the overwhelming evidence is that they're in here. According to the Oxford University Press's World Christian Encyclopedia, 84% of the world's population belongs to some form of organized religion and believes in some form of God, which at the end of this year is about 5.9 billion people. Christians have about 2 billion of those 5.9 billion. About half of those are Catholics. Muslims come in at just a tad over 1 billion. Hindus at around 850 million, Buddhists at almost 400 million, and then several hundred million other ethno-religionists, animists, and other God believers around the world. Worldwide, there are about 10,000 distinct religions, each one of which may be further subdivided and classified. Christians, for example, may be apportioned among about 34,000 different denominations. From a scientist's perspective, such percentages cry out for an explanation. Why do so many people believe these things? But from a skeptic's perspective, which is what I do, what are the chances that these guys got the right God and the right religion, and the billions of other people that don't believe what they believe got it wrong? When you leave the house tonight, just ask yourself that question. What are the chances that they just happened to get it right? And the tens of billions of people that lived before Jesus, they never heard of it. The tens of billions of people that have lived since then who don't believe that, they just happen to be wrong? Or is it more likely that all of these religion and God beliefs are socially constructed, psychologically constructed? and that none of them are right in any reality sense, in the ontological sense. They're all constructed this way. So where do we get our morals from? It can't be from the Bible, because almost nobody obeys, certainly not the Old Testament, and most of the New Testament. I mean, death penalty for adultery, there goes half of Congress. I mean, nobody is going to do this, right? So we pick and choose, we cherry pick from the holy books based on something else that's happened that I referenced in my opening statement of there's been this other change that's happened, this secularization of morality. That is, you have to actually have good reasons for why you hold certain moral principles, and you should be able to articulate them. And so that's been the change there. So even if you and I both listen to the still small voice within to decide what's right or wrong, Dinesh, I'm claiming you're not getting it from the Bible, and I'm not either. We're getting it from somewhere else. I think we've evolved this propensity to have moral emotions, and then culture tweaks them, and we've been getting progressively more moral. As a back-of-the-envelope calculation within an order of magnitude accuracy, we can safely conclude that over the last 10,000 years of history, there's been about 10,000 different religions and roughly about 1,000 different gods. Again, the house question for you, which side of the room you leave on tonight. What is the probability that Yahweh is the one true God in Amun-Ra, Aphrodite, Apollo, Baal, Brahman, Ganesha, Isis, Mithras, Osiris, Shiva, Thor, Vishnu, Wanton, Zeus, and the other 986 gods are all false gods? You guys are atheists just like me, of all the gods I just rattled off. Some of us just go one God further. Now, think about this as another thought experiment. If you happen to be born in, say, the United States or England in the 20th century, there's a good chance that you believe that Yahweh is the all-powerful and all-knowing creator of the universe who manifested into flesh through Jesus of Nazareth. If you happen to have been born in India in the 20th century, there's a very good chance you're a Hindu who believes that Brahma is the unchanging, infinite, transcendent creator of all matter, energy, time, and space, and who manifests into flesh through Ganesha, the blue elephant god who is the most worshipped divinity in India. To an anthropologist from Mars, these are all indistinguishable. Of course, they're individually different, but taking the big picture, they're all indistinguishable in that sense. Even within the three great Abrahamic religions, who can say which is the right one? Christians believe that Jesus is the Savior, and you must accept him to receive eternal life in heaven. Jews do not accept Jesus as their Savior. Neither do Muslims. In fact, roughly 2 billion of the world's 5.9 billion don't accept that. So what happens to them? Again, are they really right, and all those other good people who believe just as passionately as they do are wrong? Where Christians believe that the Bible is an inherent gospel handed down from the deity, Muslims believe that the Quran is the perfect word of God. It's unfortunate that the creator of the universe wrote more than one holy book. Christians believe that Christ is the latest prophet. Muslims believe that Muhammad is the latest prophet. Mormons believe that Joseph Smith is the latest prophet. And stretching this track of thought just a little bit more, Scientologists believe that the science fiction writer L. Ron Hubbard was the latest prophet. So many prophets, so little time. When I was a Christian and I matriculated at Pepperdine University, I was in what I call the bubble. I was in the bubble where everybody around you believes. And in that bubble, the Christian worldview, like any other worldview, is internally consistent, it's inherently logical, it's reinforced by everybody around you until you step outside of the bubble. What happened with me is I went to graduate school and I started to study social psychology, anthropology, psychology of beliefs, and so on. And there I realized that none of those arguments actually make sense in and of themselves, the arguments for God's existence. What it became clear to me is that what happens is you arrive at beliefs for non-rational, non-smart reasons, and then you back into it after the fact with rational reasons to justify it. We call this the confirmation bias. And so for me, I think there's overwhelming evidence that I've given you tonight that there's good anthropological, social science reasons why people believe in God, that that doesn't prove there's a God, but it proves that we create gods in our heads. In addition to that, I don't think there's any evidence to support that there actually is a God out there separate from our beliefs. But finally, my final point is this, is that I don't even think it's possible for there to be a God, at least not a supernatural God. In this way, if God is supernatural, that is outside of space and time, there's no way for us to know him. Therefore, whatever God is, it would have to be a natural being, or at least some kind of a being that reaches in to stir the particles. And if he does, then we should be able to measure it, because that's what we do as scientists. We measure the motions of particles. And so far, we have no evidence of that. So therefore, I think that the most we could hope to find would be some kind of a natural being, in which case it would just become part of science, and that would be the end of the whole God concept. Flood myths, very common throughout history. Predating the biblical Noachian flood story by centuries, the Epic of Gilgamesh was written around 1800 BC, warned by Babylonian earth god Ea that other gods were about to destroy all life on by a flood. Utnapishtim was instructed to build an ark in the form of a cube, 120 cubits on each side, 180 feet roughly speaking, with 7 floors, each divided into 9 compartments, in which 2 of every animal is to be brought onto the ship. Virgin birth myths likewise spring up throughout time and geography. Among those alleged to have been conceived without the usual assistance of the male lineage, and by the way, Mr. Hitchens, this comes from your brother's book, Dionysus, Perseus, Buddha, Attis, Krishna, Horus, Mercury, Romulus, and of course, Jesus. Consider the parallels between Dionysus, the ancient Greek god of wine, and Jesus of Nazareth. Both were said to have been born from a virgin mother, who was a mortal woman, but were fathered by the King of Heaven. Both allegedly returned from the dead, transformed water into wine, introduced the idea of eating and drinking the flesh and blood of the Creator, and to have been the liberator of mankind. Flood myths, not original to you. Virgin birth myths, not original to you. Resurrection myths, not original to you. Osiris is the Egyptian god of life, death, and fertility, and is one of the oldest gods for whom records have survived. Osiris first appears in the pyramid texts around 2400 BC. 2400 before that other guy, by which time his following was already well established. Widely worshipped until the compulsory repression of pagan religions in the early Christian era, Osiris was not only the redeemer and merciful judge of the dead in the afterlife, he was also linked to fertility, most notably and appropriately for the geography, the flooding of the Nile. By the way, there is a geographical link between flood myths and bodies of water that flood. Not universal floods, just where you happen to live. The kings of Egypt themselves were inextricably connected with Osiris in death, such that when Osiris rose from the dead, so would they in union with him. By the time of the New Kingdom, not only the pharaohs, but the mortal men and women who built the pyramids. So here's what happened. The pharaohs figured out that if you offer eternal life for the workers, they'll work harder and you don't have to pay them as much. So Marx got that right, one of the few things he got right. The opiate of the masses. The masses don't need promises of an afterlife. They need sustenance now. This is a problem with religion. So that's where that comes from. First, you just want, as a pharaoh, a king, a leader, you just want eternal life for yourself. Forget the people. Well, then you find out they'll work harder, and they'll support you more if you give them some alms, like eternal life. Shortly after the crucifixion of Jesus, there rose another Messiah, Apollonius of Asia Minor, whose followers claimed he was the Son of God, that he was able to walk through closed doors, heal the sick, cast out demons, and raised a dead girl back to life. He was accused of witchcraft, sent to Rome before the court, was jailed, but escaped. After he died, his followers claimed he appeared to them and ascended into heaven. This redemption after being oppressed is a very common myth throughout history. And you can understand the psychology behind it. The Native Americans in 1890 began a Messiah myth with a Paiute Indian, Wavoka, who received visions of God. He was thought to be the Messiah or the deliverer of the Messiah, in which the buffalo would all return, the white man would leave and go back to Europe, and life would become better again. This is what oppressed peoples do. They make up stories that makes them feel better. It's often claimed that you can't prove a negative. Us atheists, we can't prove there is no God. Okay, I can prove that humans created gods and religions, and I just did. And there's 50 more stories like this of the geographical location, the time you happen to have been born, the anthropology of religion, the psychology of religion, the sociology of religion. We know exactly how this happens now, all the way down to the neurology, the neuroscience of religion. We know that people are making this up. Now, of course, you can make the argument, well, God planted the God module in the brain so he could talk to us or something. How come we all seem to talk to different gods then? Are there just a bunch of them out there and they're competing for our brains? Why is it, as Dan Barker pointed out, there's very little agreement amongst believers? Why is that? So my conclusion then is that as you think about the House vote tonight, again, what's more likely? It's obvious that all these other gods are made up. You already know that. You agree with me on that. You're all atheists for all those other gods. So I would just implore you to go one God further. Thank you.